Okay, if you're complaining about my intro music, you know my intro is just a chance to give people time to come so I don't fucking sit here and give my beginning spiel without like anyone being here. Um if you don't like the music, nobody's making you listen to it. You could just like keep the tab open and then like go and listen to whatever the fuck you want. Whatever like gay ass music it is that you listen to. So I've got good news, I've got bad news to start us off here. Why are you so quiet? I'll turn it up. Who is bro? I'm talking to you. This is a live stream. Who is this guy talking to? There's nobody in the room. All right. Well, folks, here we are. To start us off, the good news is I got a full. Look how well rested I look. I got a full night's rest, full night's sleep. Um, I This is pre-corded. What does that even mean? I got a full night's rest. All right, I feel great. Um, we're trying to hit 6 hours, okay? But I don't have 6 hours worth of shit to cover. So if you want to link stuff and topic suggestions, go link it. At minimum, this will be 4 hours, okay? At maximum, it will be six. Address the Lumpy Willie allegations. Well, Lumpy came into my server earlier, and I don't know how true this is. Um, but wait, apparently Dickers and Bobka had like a falling out on stream. Does anyone have that? But Lumpy Willie came into my server, and according to him, I take this with a grain of salt because Lumpy Willie likes to just like lie. Um, Even though I love the guy, he's a great journalist. He does lie a lot. Where the fuck is this? He said Tommy had DM'd him about something. Hold on. Here it is. Okay. So Tommy's apparently mad that people were trying to ruin his family income. I don't know what exactly he's talking about. His family, is he referring to like the money he makes streaming? Is that what he's referring to? Because I don't really think he makes that much streaming. Like, sure, with what he's making, you could probably get by like on your own. And I know Germany has a lot of like social welfare programs. I don't know if he's like on some sort of like social welfare program or whatever. Um, but like with the money he's making, like I don't think you can like just him alone. I don't think that's enough to like provide for an entire family. I don't think that's even close to. I know he's a Patreon. How much does he make on his Patreon? Let's take a look. Um, Tommy C Patreon. Tommy C of SFTP shot from the Point News. Okay, he's making 308 a month off Patreon. Off of monthly donos, he's probably making that much per month or less. Oh, speaking of donos, I got two. How's that insane person upstairs? They're losing their mind. Uh, Another five. It's all over the screen. I don't know what you're referring to, but thank you so much, Benson, for the $10 fucking, putting us, like what is that? A fifth of the way to goal. Tommy's full-time job is as a content creator. Yeah, I think so. Streamers also have a welfare program. It's called K-Kip. I don't know what that is. Wait, I have to move chat back to where it was. Fuck. Wait, give me one sec. I'll duplicate this because last time chat was like covering someone's face. So what we'll do is, fuck. There we go. And then okay, now, guys, it's me. I'm under the chat. Aiden under chat. All right, we'll turn those off, and then we'll move this over here, and that should do it. Cool. Queeman Raid, what is up? What is up, Queeman and his cunny gang? Welcome to the stream, everybody. So Queeman, earlier tonight, Queeman timed me out from his chat for sexually harassing him. Like, is a guy not even allowed to sexually harass anymore? Okay. Goodbye, Nico. Goodbye. Maybe if you sexually harassed me, I would have let you stay, but commenting a sarcastic Lamau, get him out of here. Tommy made 636 in super chats in the past 30 days. And I imagine he's not making that. Okay. So, like, at minimum, he's probably making, if we're being generous, like 1.5K a month. With, like, a full family, I don't really know if you're going to be living off 1.5K a month in Germany. Lumpy won't leak the full DM, so I'm paraphrasing. Lumpy said in the DMs he brought up his wife for some reason. We are pocket watching Tommy C. So awesome. Problem? Issue? All, like, morals and standards and, like, sense of professional decency go out the window when it's somebody that's, like, personally slighted me. I am a vindictive maniac. I'm a vindictive maniac. Put me in an insane asylum. Why are you leaking? You put it into a public text chat. You didn't DM this to me in private. So, with that being said, yeah, I don't know what's going on there, Mr. C. Has Tommy addressed what I've said at all? He probably hasn't. We're gonna watch this in a minute. Let me reopen the closed tabs. I had some stuff I was watching or had planned. Hold on. Fuck. Has Tommy addressed what I've said at all? Let's look. Tommy CP. Leaking icy chat. I thought you were better. So true. Oh, wait. He went over... Wait. This might be worth watching a bit of, because Chud brings up him snaking me in this stream. This might be worth watching.
Can we just go back and actually listen to the point that I made in this video? Because it feels a bit unreasonable that I don't even get to finish my point, and I'm getting called duplicitous and playing both.
Christ, he did that to me the entire stream.
Chud literally went and broke it down. Chud went and broke down what Tommy was saying, like, literally point by point. I don't know. He keeps saying, it's like how he said I left something out. There's literally nothing that's left out. He didn't watch Chud's stream. He watched only a clip. Okay, never mind. Let's just see if I'm mentioned, then we'll go to the next thing. He watched only a clip. That's what he did for me.
We find out later that it's a lie because Aiden said, I specifically told him, I remember telling him that this was private information. Then
what I remember, as we've spoken about it, is I showed him the photo and told him not to screenshot it. I think the general insinuation there with my convos with Chud was that this was, like, probably private. But I remember exactly how I did it because I did the same thing with Willie. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sweep for Chud on that point. Chud probably knew it was private, but I don't think he felt like it was, like, that fucking that private or that private where leaking it, like, would be like some substantial like, the thing is, right, everybody leaks stuff. Like, let's just, like, get that over. Like, Deorio used to be known for leaking. Okay, I've leaked some things, right? Everyone leaks some stuff. when you're leaking something, you're assessing like how private or damaging that information is going to be, and if anyone is really going to like not trust you for leaking that. So when Chud put out the existence of these photos, it was already revealed that Bo Blacks had been browsing Victoria's Secret. Bo Blacks' sexuality was already public. So what like pressing info would be revealed by revealing there's a photo of Bobby in a dress? Well, the pressing info would be that Bobby wears dresses, but that was kind of already insinuated, right? I actually spoke to Deorio about this in person, and I'd said to him, well, I feel like you guys are like also just as responsible for the leak, because like if somebody says something on stream they weren't supposed to say, that's like a leak, like Bo Blacks wears dresses, you say, go on, buddy. Or like you play it off as a joke. The only reason we know that is because they just like confirmed it as fucking serious. On top of this, Augie is the one who brought up that he could be AGP. Okay, with that, but to be fair, right? Just to be fair, because I'm not a sweeper, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that what Chud then followed that up with wasn't a leak. It was a leak, but I just don't think it's like not like a leak that's like disproportionate to anything everybody else would leak.
Then I don't.
All right, where else am I mentioned?
That he's talking about. Hey man, I hope you had a good Christmas. Aiden and Queen were talking about statements in regards to Slasher and Britney DMs. Some inconsistencies came up in regards to the order of DMs, which has some impact in regards to what happened. Now he's saying that definitively. He's not saying, hey, Aiden and Queen are calling out. He's saying that definitively. Would you be interested in hopping on stream tomorrow to talk about this at some point or in the next few days? Or are you busy? I didn't buy this. I didn't buy it at all. A couple days later, I saw, damn, good thing I didn't go on.
Why was Tom, like, a good point people are making is Tommy's revealed he's known about this. Why was he so unwilling to talk about it? Like, there was, like, I was still cool with him. I said, Tommy definitely fucked up his coverage. This is a pretty bad mistake, and he should apologize for it, and then, like, move on. It's not, like, the end of the fucking world. So he knew about the criticism with Slasher. For context, okay, I've given this context a million times. I'll run through it really quick. Slasher wanted to get with Brittany Venti. He DMs a mutual friend that he shares with, or someone he knows. I don't even know if they actually had much communication beforehand. He DMs Jessix, who knows Brittany Venti, and he says, "Hey, can you like, I'm recalling this. I could be off on some of the details here, but he says, hey, can you ask Venti if she's interested or something?" And Jessica says, like, yeah, why not? And then afterwards, Slasher says something along the lines of, okay, thanks, appreciate it. And then after the fact, says to her that he'll get her some sort of connection. He says he really appreciates it, and then returns the favor by offering to get her some sort of gaming fucking connection that he has. I don't know. But Jessica posted the order of these DMs in reverse, so it looks like he offers her these gaming connections and then asks for the Venti part. Right? And the reason the order matters so much is because one order looks like asking for a favor and then returning it with a reciprocal favor after you've already gained compliance. The second looks like you're using your position of influence to leverage that favor. So these DMs were posted out of order. Tommy ran with it. Everyone ran with it. I think even I ran with it on Twitter. And yeah, it was like, that's wrong. That's wrong. The DMs were posted in the wrong order. That's not really, like, it's a little weird, maybe you could call it at most. But like people were like framing it like Tommy said he strong-armed Jessix or something, which just isn't what happened. So Tommy saw this criticism, I guess, and never said anything about it.
There. Here's what he writes later. Hey, looked it over on stream today. It was overblown criticism.
Your hair looks like the shag rug I bust nuts into. I feel like the only people that comment shit like this are like people from like Northern Europe or something who've just like never seen curly hair like in their life. Yes, curly hair exists. Congratulations.
I don't think we need to talk to you on stream about it, but if you look it over, it has any issues, let me know. Here's what he didn't tell you. I called Nick and I say, is this guy fucking with me? And then the next day I get the message. Nick told me that, look, because I was like, is this guy trying to fuck with me? And he's like, look, I don't think so. I'll talk to him. And then the tone change came, and then we were done. So he's leaving one thing out. Hey, I put these guys, I checked into this thing, and
honestly,
it was totally
at this point, and I've heard some whispers, the drama with Tommy or whatever the fuck that I've had. Let me lower my chair a little bit. I'm a bit high. Hi guys, it's me. The drama with Tommy or whatever that I had was not because Not because he didn't burn the bridge because he thought I was shifty. I think it's genuinely because I was talking to Queeman, because he alludes to it. He's like, this guy was talking to people who are like entertaining the notion of me sending fucking dick pics or whatever. And I think if he's being honest about it, that might have been when he heard I was talking with Queeman about the slasher stuff. That might have led to the bridge burn that he never told me about.
Down. Yeah, when Nick called you and I smelled a rat. Hence why I won't talk to you. I don't think you're good faith. I think you're efficient. This is a very similar conversation that Chud had with Willie Mack. Hey, you look like you're crashing out, buddy. You want to come on and talk about it? It's content farming. He's content farming his friends. My argument, he's not trustworthy. He's not a very good friend.
What do you think like people do on here? This isn't like colleagues in the office. Your colleagues that create drama content. Why is drama content off limit when it involves your friends? Everybody content farms. Why is it like off limit when it involves your friends? If you don't believe it's going to cause any like substantive harm to them, and even if you did, right? If it's something worth bringing up, you're going to bring it up anyways, unless you have no fucking integrity and make exceptions just because you personally like somebody, which is what people like Tommy are like very used to.
Again, that he's saying the same fucking shit about me that he said when he was my friend. I'm kind of thinking he meant it.
How does Tommy know he called Nick on? Because Nick and Tommy are friends. Nick probably told Tommy this stuff. And before anyone uses that to go after Nick, okay, everybody does it. Okay, everybody has like one person they go to that they confide in about like personal drama stuff if like they're in the online content creation space. Okay, I tell Dumpy a lot of stuff. I don't expect that stuff to be repeated, but he's just my friend of like multiple years that I trust to give me some like outside perspective on certain things. And he's never leaked anything I've told him. So like there's nothing wrong with that if you think it's going to stay private with that person. And that's probably what Nick thought with Tommy. I don't know if Nick still thinks that, but Tommy's just out here like leaking this shit. I don't think Nick has watched Tommy's streams. If we're being honest, like I actually don't think he's watched Tommy's coverage.
You okay? And that's fine. I just don't want to be friends. I don't want to be fake friends. I don't want to do this mean girl shit. I like what Queeman does. I like Queeman just comes out and spits it. He's a bad faith fucking bastard, and he'll fuck over anybody to get by YouTube. He's never going to help his friends, and he's never going to look as ridiculous as Tommy C, who bends over backwards for him. That's a quote, all right? And here's what I'm going to tell you guys right now. Sub to Queeman right now.
Because here's the thing. Posted this clip. Sub to Queeman. So true. So fucking true. Cunnyman W.
Which has some impact in regards to what happened. Now, he's saying that definitively. He's not saying, hey, Aiden Queeman are calling you now. He's just...
All right, where else am I mentioned?
Stream. You were trying to trap me on stream with Queeman and Aiden. I'm not...
Cream Man. I was trying to trap you. Why is he so scared of having... he sees conversations as traps. He like, inherently believes if he enters a conversation, he's gonna lose. Okay, maybe like reassess what you, because he's just used to spouting bullshit unchallenged. Okay, when Chud's addressed what he says, he's like, it's fucking YouTube drama or whatever the fuck. And it's like, okay, what does that mean? Like, we could just make shit up? So he's just used to spouting whatever he thinks unchallenged. And he knows that what half the shit he brings up isn't going to like isn't going to be able to hold if it's challenged, so he fucking fears a challenge. You know how he thought the Deorio video that could have been made about him on the green M&M stuff was a threat to his livelihood? True.
Fucking moron. Hence why I won't talk to you. Let's go on.
Yeah, like the stream chat, help us hit goal. Clip like hell on Twitter, okay? Queeman has a fan base that's been clipped. It is a great thing for marketing. Dumpy's been doing it, okay? All my clippers are greatly appreciated. I'd like to give a shout out personally to Dust Bunny, who has been posting some great fucking clips that have been garnering likes. He's been captioning them well. I very much appreciate what you've been doing, Dust Bunny. But please talk to your children. Please just talk to your kids.
I mean, what is going on? And apparently there's others.
I'll do a rekindling stream where we'll get you on with the mother of your child, and I'll moderate the debate.
Got problems with me. I don't know if it's group chats. I don't know what it is. Maybe people venting. Maybe people.
You know that's not me. I hate group chats.
And obviously, it puts me in a difficult.
All right. Dust Bunny is censoring JPM. How? Wait, all right. This is almost over.
I don't know if he was being sincere or not. And then,
You know,
what's obvious about it?
What, Aiden told you this is private?
Like, what's obvious?
Aiden to draw a picture of Bo Black's in the dress. Why people, like, why is this a serious point to address? Oh, Chudge, you mentioned the Bo Black's dress pic on a New Year's stream after fucking everyone had gone to town, reaming him, publish.
All right, that's it. Boring stream. Who watched this guy? Benson with the 5. Deadbeat Bunny. Benson with the 15 in total. Our top donator tonight. Much appreciated, man. Much appreciated. With your generous donation, we can make more than Tommy C's yearly income for his family. So thank you so much. Boring stream. It is a boring stream. All right. Well, while we're here, by the way, the Gaming Otter stuff that we were first to this time is being talked about by literally everybody now. We cracked the case open. Do not let them deceive you. Okay, we cracked the case open. Apparently, Bo Blacks had some more leaks in some sort of group chat. So let's check this out. This is in the Bad Dog Appreciation Society. Bad Dog was a commentary viewer, by the way, who unfortunately, I don't know anything about him. Not to like, I'm not trying to be like offensive. I just don't know anything about him. But he apparently passed away recently. Sad, sad stuff. But this Emily person who's like a regular commentary viewer. Stop what? $2 from Bunko Valentine. Do you have a BJC, also RT? What does that mean? But I appreciate the $2. What do you want me to stop doing? Stop. You can't just say stop. Okay, you have to tell me what you want me to stop. What do you want me to stop doing? Is there some danger if I go and read this? Okay. Okay. I'll stop. I'll stop doing the thing relating to the situation. Himpy returned. Okay. Okay. I know what you're doing. No. Okay. That account that you all are referring to is not fake. Okay. Himpleton did not scam people. That is like a known troll who, if I remember correctly, the guy that is doing the troll on that account had like called me on my personal number at one point. Yes. If it's the same guy I'm thinking of, I don't want to slander an innocent person who's pretending to be a dead guy, but the guy who's like going around messaging people with that troll, I think is the same guy that had actually like called me on my personal phone. Anyways. I changed my number though, so we're good. You know what's sad is that Bo Blacks could have found a nice autistic girl that had similar interests if he had worked on himself instead of being a stoner who jacks off in women's clothing. Holy shit, brutal. This is why I should have went to VidCon to party with Bo Blacks. This is why Billy is the GOAT. Well, Billy's just like a nice guy. Hard to dislike. I don't think he's being genuine there, though. Lamau. You're a 32-year-old woman. Bo Blacks is fucking... Oh my god, Bo Blacks is trying to be like me, so this is like the ultimate skinwalking, okay? I love just writing like a fucking essay in response to... I just love writing an essay in response to like any like minor slight. Like this in this one chat that I'm not going to mention because they don't like me posting it, okay? This is my own message, all right? In this one chat, this person came in, this really annoying person who I really don't like, came in to try to, like, get a dunk on some, like, easy target chatter, He's just like this like autistic kid that kind of like sits in there and like talks about random shit. So she came in to try to join in the crowd and shit on him. I just replied, I replied with some paragraph, and they're like, this man is trying to die on the cross over Mantis, who's like the kid. And I said, it's not about Mantis. It's about what he represents. He represents an uncorrupted, innocent man who is picked on by society because he's comfortable being himself. And you represent a lonely, useless, childless freak who capitalizes on that fact in the desperate hope that someone will love you for it because you receive none in your day-to-day life, you husbandless loser. Wait, no, that wasn't the one okay, I might have just pulled up the wrong message. Never mind. But yeah, she's a childless bitch. Fuck her. Very annoying. Paid $50 to get back into a Discord chat. Very fucking insufferable human being. Really great stream here, buddy. Buddy, I think you're in the wrong spot. I think Telemundo is on. It's viewing period for their time slot is on. Well, actually, that's a channel, isn't? No, it's a news. It's a news show, but don't they have their own channel? Okay, never mind. The joke didn't land. But Boblack says you are a 32. You're letting Texty win. She's gonna be in there, and you're gonna be. I don't give a fuck if I get spicy chat is old news. Okay, I barely type in there anymore. If they want to ban me, fucking ban me. Icy's where it's at. Icy's apparently been mentioned in drama like 5 times in the last fucking week, and I genuinely think it's become more active than spicy chat. Boblack's types move on. Move on from what? I'm covering something right now. What do you want me to move on from? You are a 32-year-old woman who spends all day on Twitter dressed as Batman, unironically, in your profile picture, and to top it all off, you have a drawn version because you are insecure about your looks. You have no room to talk about people working on themselves, Lolcow. Then why does she look... She's actually very hot. You wish you could be a hot woman. Then why does she look ugly as fuck in her profile picture? Her profile picture is drawn. That he knows that's not actually... Well, because he does know that because he just acknowledged it. So the claim is the profile picture hides the bad looks, which the assumption would be the profile picture is not bad looking. And then someone else comes in to confirm that the actual person is good looking. So Boblack says that the profile picture is ugly. The profile picture, he just said she uses to conceal bad looks. You keep crying every time you're banned. You spend more time arguing with Speds and Spice. You're like... I love people that, like... It's kind of like having a time capsule if it was a person. Okay? Like, Tommy can go and, like, bring up someone I talked to, like, fucking 5 years ago. And, like, somehow that's, like, worth litigating right now. Kevin will actually bring up what you were doing 3 weeks ago as if it's, like, presently happening. They're like human time capsules. Aiden, can I ask you a question? Ask away. Feel free. Feel free. Hovering the play button. Aiden constantly... If you think this is a crash out, I don't know what to tell you. I'm very calm. Okay, Dust Bunny has just sent me a DM telling me, do something about your retarded ass Janny QQ. What did QQ do to Dust Bunny? What's going on here, guys? Wait, is Maggot edits in chat? Maggot, can you call in? Maggot, call in. I actually don't know anything about Maggot, to be clear. I know everybody, like, despises her. I don't really know, like... I'm not gonna like. I don't judge people because everyone despises them because I'm not a little like commentary cuck RFC watcher. So if you want to come on, Maggot, I'll talk about the disagreement we had earlier. We can have a reasonable. I'm not gonna debate you. I'm not gonna have a like debate bro you or anything. We can just have a discussion. Did you? I did just spill coffee. Yes. I'm glad you noticed that. That coffee looks off. I don't know why. It's just like it's milk added to black coffee. It's just milk. Aiden, what is your favorite event in history? The time some guy went to a hospital in Yugoslavia because he had tried to masturbate with a bottle in his rectum, and because he was so embarrassed by what he had just done, he blamed it on like a group of ethnic Albanians, which caused like anti-Albanian like riots to break out, and then like which ultimately like contributed to apparently was like a contributing factor to the eventual breakout of a war. Yeah, that did actually happen. I'm not kidding. Does Maggot want to call in? Timed out for nothing award. Who is getting timed out? What is going on? What is happening? I'm watching some goofy ass anime right now, Aiden, but I wouldn't mind at some point. Feel free. I'd like to send a message to some people. Okay, there are people that are fucking running from me. Okay, I'll actually send him a DM right now. Burn the World, Vincent Martin, and this other guy whose name I can't say. Because it's not that I can't say it for I actually don't know how to say it. It's like really long. They have serious grievances against me, Chud Logic, and they side with Tommy. And yet, not a single one of them wants to talk to me. Why is that? Anyways. I'm going to bring up the conversation from earlier. Okay, this tweet, I don't know. This tweet just like blew up. I don't know why. But earlier today, Maggot says, Deorio pulling out yet another knife to stab in the back of the man who helped him come up in commentary in the first place. I hate them both. And this person's like, you know that's a fake, right? A Maggot says, yes, Doug. The pixels are a dead giveaway. That is... What's not fake is Nick being a snaky backstabber. So I said, she thinks this is a real screen... Didn't she reply? I feel like we just had like a whole conversation and now I can't find it. Oh, here it is. So I... quote tweeted Maggot, and then Maggot made a quote tweet saying, commentary community taking things out of context intentionally, same as it ever was. What happened? Your favorite, alluding to the fact that Burn the World doesn't like me. I don't know what I took out. I just like quote tweeted the original tweet. I don't know what I took out of context here. So I say to them, both of you are invited as always to call into my stream and discuss your grievances, but you won't, right? What grievance do I have with you? That you misinterpreted well, you said I intentionally took something out of context. I'd say that's a grievance. That's a you problem, not a me problem. No, I'm just gonna laugh at you for thinking I thought it was real without looking at the replies. Thanks for the entertainment. Your reply was post-hoc damage control to pretend you knew it was fake upon your initial tweet. However, if that was actually the case, you wouldn't have made that tweet to begin with because it makes zero sense. And you make no sense on Deorio's nuts 24/7. Be your own man. I really don't get it. I honestly do not get it, okay? Like, everything I hate about the Pro H3 side, this side is like kind of becoming, okay? I get it. A lot of people here dislike Deorio. But on one hand, I'm accused of snaking Nick, right? And people have actually outright said to me, based on the people I talk to, they're not comfortable talking to me, saying certain things around me. or whatever. And then on the other hand, I'm accused of like sweeping for this guy or and being his like attack dog. I honestly I don't get it. I don't get it. To be fair to Maggot, okay, and this made me think I offered a little more charitability here because this person at least is a little reasonable. He's mad you're criticizing his e-daddy. I doubt he's really mad. I think he believes that I truly believe that that thumbnail was real, despite me thinking Nick is a snake for watching his good friend Tommy C get eaten by the sharks. Though, admittedly, I hate them both, but it's fun to shit talk them regardless. Okay, she said somewhere else that I don't sweep for Nick. Anyways, that was pretty reasonable. But no, if Nick, well, I'm not saying this makes him a snake, but if you think he's a snake because he's not publicly taking Tommy's side, to be clear, I think the opposite. I think if anything, your argument should have more been like some sort of private or public disavowal of Tommy for snaking me. Like I think that's, but like I don't expect Nick to do that, right? He doesn't owe that to me. But like I feel like that's a much stronger argument. Like I don't think he's a snake because he's not sitting here publicly taking Tommy's side. I don't know. Me. What do you mean me? I'm like directly involved. I'm literally directly involved. My ego is forget it. I can't win. Can't win with anybody today, man. Grow us. Okay. God, man. 80s. I'm not logging all. Why is everyone calling me 80 now? Okay, why is everyone calling me that? I think that was like my childhood nickname from like my parents. I think that was like my. Oh my god, dude. Aiden is getting one guide. What's funny is that somehow you're called a snake by Tommy C, but the context was that you were a 13-year-old that was exposing a bad person in the community. Tommy C now is pathetic. I don't even think that's his, like, that's one example he's used that doesn't actually, that he actually, like, conceded on mid-voice message. He's like, to be fair, that was a bad, he kind of deserved it. Okay, so he brings that up as a point and then concedes to it, and now jumps to another point that I take on the ideology of whoever it is I'm actively talking to. And then dishonestly, and I know, to be fair, I don't think he was intentionally being dishonest about it. I think he just misremembered and like doesn't care to do a shred of research before he spouts opinions. But he brought up, oh, Aiden was a commie when he was talking to this leftist. That when he's talking to this leftist, right? And that would be fine if this leftist wasn't a commie. If that would be fine if this leftist actually was a commie, which they aren't. They don't like commies. And second of all, that leftist I had stopped talking to like 3 years prior. So he's like purposely taking who I was talking to and what I believed in, and then acting like these things were happening simultaneously, when in fact it's scattered. And if he had an accurate timeline, he would know that the main person I was talking to at the time I like became a communist or whatever for a few months was Augie RFC. Augie RFC is not some fucking left winger. Like, I don't know. I don't really need to tell you that, right? Aiden should pull up the Maggot tweet. Maggot tweeted about Icy? Where? Okay, I don't want to actually pull up, like, some fucking, if this person's retweeted some bad shit. How far back is it? Oh wait, did Burn the World subtweet me? Wait, did Burn the World subtweet me? Dude, because I asked him earlier to come on stream. Oh no. He's running. I heard you don't like me, so I want you to come on stream to debate you on why you don't like me to an audience that will automatically take my side as fact, regardless. So you calling in is just suicide and optically worthless for you. Go touch grass. Holy God. I don't even know if you don't like last time we talked, you're pretty cordial. I just know you have like a specific criticism about me. So I wanted to like talk to you about that like specific criticism. And actually, like, my audience is, like, perfectly fine with criticism of me. In fact, they criticize me, like, more than anybody else. So I don't know what it is you're talking about. You're, like, this is, like, a lot of words to just say, like, you're a total fucking pussy that, like, can't actually have a conversation about any, like, publicly reiterated opinion you have. Because you know you have no basis for it. So you know you're going to look bad anytime you actually have to have a conversation about it where you're challenged. Okay? You are the, like, it is, like, so fitting that you're a Tommy C fan. It's very fitting because this is exactly what Tommy does. I've never criticized Aiden from Ali Khan. Simultaneously, my biggest detractor and biggest fan. What's going on here, man? I'm just itching for someone to call in about a disagreement, man. I'm having like withdrawals at this point. I'm having total withdrawals. You have more viewers than Tommy CP. So true. Where the fuck was the icy chat? Dude, why is everybody shitting on Peepaw Riveter? Oh, actually, I know why people are probably shitting on Peepaw, dude. Peepaw Riveter, man. Such a great content creator. Ah! Did anything just come up on screen? Okay, his dick wasn't there. Never mind. It's actually not his dick. I thought it was his dick. It's not his dick. It's just him in underwear. Got it. It's not his dick. I thought that was like a dick pic. Okay, got it. Ali said he'd send the tweet to inbox. Okay, let me look. Did they actually just buy the Joshua Putnam alts pretending to be Bad Dog? Keep in mind, it wasn't just Simpleton. Flatley was also... Okay, everybody knows that this isn't the real Bad Dog, but this is a screenshot from IC Chat. Some guy that Himpleton knew in his community orbit died like 2 weeks ago, and the family held a funeral for him. Okay, first of all, I disavow. Spicy Chat is meant to be a place of free opinion, okay? Now, yes, it's moderated because a lot of people want to turn it into like a fucking right-wing image board. So yeah, I do have to step in if you're saying TOS shit or turning it into a right-wing image board or like fucking just like spamming unrelated GIFs and memes. But if you say stuff like I like to be hands off for opinions in and of themselves. But this guy, he says somebody that Himpleton knew in his community orbit died like 2 weeks ago and the family held a funeral for him. And there's 5 skull react emojis. This is not an endorsement of me, or not endorsed by me. Is he alive or what? So is he dead or, bro, what the fuck is happening? How did this not come out earlier? I don't know. I was going to tell him. Did this guy get his chains cut off and run to Tommy's server? Dude, what the fuck? Who hacked this guy? Or is this a new account? So these are just like people speculating. He isn't dead. Okay, this is from Lumpy Willie. He's obviously clowning. These people might believe it because they're unfamiliar with it. But like, why even make a tweet addressing this? He isn't dead. Yeah, that's Lumpy Willie. Why is Lumpy Willie being like considered like like people are like citing what Lumpy Willie says like it's the fucking gospel recently. Big shout out to Icy Chat. So fucking true. Oh my, this is if you like people who like react, like I know you're over the age of 30 when you like post like GIF reactions of like movies and like media that was like not made in the 2000s. Hell, even some people who do it from the early 2000s, but when you're doing like old movie GIFs, all of these fucking people do it. I don't know what it is. It's like the Facebook boomer types. Leave his fucking family and friends alone, you. Who is bothering his family? Wait, who is bothering his family? What are you even talking about? I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. It's very tragic he died. I don't know anything about him. Okay? I honestly, I am genuinely, truly sorry to those that knew him, to his family. Okay? But nobody's going after his family. I don't know what you're talking about. If anybody in my server was going after his family and I knew about it, of course I'd fucking get rid of them. I haven't seen any evidence of that. All right, Isu, calm the fuck down, man. Calm down. I gotta step in on some things. So you don't care? Of course I. What do you mean I don't? I don't care about. What are you talking about? What is it that I don't care about? What are you accusing me of not caring about? Okay. I guess while we wait for anything of substance to happen, wait, somebody wants to call in? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can I help you?
Hello, I'm calling to debate you about Hassan.
You want to debate me about Hassan? Okay, let's do it.
Yes. Okay, so you are told that you were a little bit sweeping for Hassan the other day because you are just copying what Queeman and Pesco say.
Wait, say
You
that.
say that,
Can you say that first part again? I didn't hear the first part.
okay. I'm saying, I think you are just copying Queeman talking point, and Queeman is just copying Pesco's talking point.
Sure, what talk?
Pesco said that Hassan was allowed global entry, but Hassan himself
Wait.
said,
So Hassan was a what? Oh, a denied global entry, you're saying.
yes, but Hassan himself said he didn't complete the application.
He didn't complete the application for global entry.
Yes.
Well,
Wait,
correct me if I'm wrong. Hassan actually did have his application for global entry approved, and then it was revoked a little bit after he received it, correct?
no, sir. Look, I have personal experience. When I was traveling from India to Pakistan, they didn't allow me to.
Okay. All right, good debate. Who the fuck was that? Who the fuck was that? I think I could tell he wasn't like actually. I began to suspect he wasn't. This guy wasn't genuinely Indian at some point in that conversation. But yes, I did think that was like a genuine like Indian. I thought like for the first part at the beginning, I thought that might have been like an actual like Indian person. I used to have this friend on Discord called Nikita from India, and I never remember his accent being that strong. Wait, the op block was a VidCon? I never saw this guy. Wait, what the fuck? Body cam and post VidCon, the op block. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, how can you tell I was Italian? Dude, what is happening here? Okay. Turn that off. Okay. That is a Greek. Oh, is he Greek? He looks Italian. I guess it's all, Jews, Italians, and Greeks, like, well, more specifically, Southern Italians, Jews, and Greeks, get confused, for each other, like, a lot. Whoa, this one guy went to a huge weekend event. How did I not see him? Well, because we have, like, people we know in common, and I didn't go to the actual event itself. I went to, like, smaller events where people in, like, the general circle showed up. So he would be, like, likely to assume that, based on the people he knows, that he would have been invited to some of the things I was at that did not have such a large quantity of people where you couldn't pick him out of a crowd. That's like a really weird comment. Aiden I didn't go to the event itself. What was I doing? What was I doing? I was just like sitting there doing nothing. Insane. What do you Okay. You know what? I'm not angry. Okay? I'm receiving anger management I'm going to anger management classes, and you know, I've learned not to get so angry at the things people say. All right? Um sometimes I feel like Adam Sandler at the beginning of what is it called, anger management or wherever, where he's like sitting next to Jack Nicholson on the plane, and the fucking the flight attendant, like, he asked for the headphones and she's like, "Sir, you need to calm down." And he's like asking like a perfectly calm fucking manner. Remember when you nearly had a heart attack on stream 2 months ago? Well, I was guessing my blood pressure was probably high. It's not. I don't have high blood pressure. How come nobody is leaking pics of Nick? I don't think he was in any. Okay, so something apparently happened at the one party I was barred from. If somebody would link what Nick said in his Discord about that, please send it. I need if somebody link the Bobka DMs, or the Bobka Dickers falling out, and that, if you've seen it. All right. So I've spoken a bit about Cameron F305, okay, and how he's like a horrible fucking liar, and has verifiably lied about facts in relation to 2 allegations against him from different women prior to him getting famous. One allegation involves domestic violence, the other involves sexual assault. Now, did I say he did either of those things? No. I've just said I'm leaning into that direction because he has lied about facts relating to these things, and why would you, and a lie and deception kind of implies you're attempting to obscure or hide the truth. And if that's happening, what about the truth of these situations do you not want me or anyone else to know? So I lean into that direction, but even if he didn't do those things, he is just like a liar that can't take fucking criticism. Sort of like position himself as like the guy criticizing others. It's just like totally fucking pathetic. And then the other problem is his videos just aren't that good either. He just kind of like parrots the talking points he's seen from like Deorio or Ethan, and then just like kind of gets shit wrong along the way. He said that Denims had encouraged her fans to make the CPS call. That never happened. okay? She recklessly covered Bana Panada's video, right? I don't think it was in some. I don't think that this is some exceptionally egregious fucking thing, but it is a mistake worth calling out from Denims. But that is very different than her encouraging people to actually go and call CPS. Those two things are not the same, right? One is intentional, one is negligent. But apparently there's a new content cop in town, and hopefully this one's better than Cameron. Let's take a look.
What is this? Now hiring content cop spent his final moments at his wife's tattoo appointment? What? I can't do this. I can't do this.
I actually say it unironically and mean it. Kill yourself.
No, I mean, he's my childhood hero. I can't.
It's not my type of humor, but unironically so far, he's funnier than Cameron. He's funnier than Cameron. Corny as fuck, but he's funnier than Cameron. It's a low bar, okay? This isn't like anything worth laughing at. It's a low bar, but I already like him better.
I can't do it. I gotta leave this for someone else.
Like, if you don't want to look up to me anymore, that's fine. I don't want you to look up to me.
What? No, I have to. All right, fine.
All right, not funny. You look like autistic spaz. Okay, he's dedicated. He's eating raw egg out of the dirt, or maybe added sound effects. Bit disgusting, but he's drinking a White Claw. He's saving a child from a river. Okay.
One suspect, unarmed, white male, sexual orientation, unidentifiable.
iDubbbz might take the cake for being the only person ever that was life's more
valuable. So fucking much for the donation from a person whose name I definitely have pulled up, and I'm saying right about now. Thank you for the donation from Jessica Shellstein. Hey Aiden, I heard you're Jewish. Where's your kippah? It'll look nice on you. Also, I have a Holocaust survivor in my family. Would you like to bring them on stream for a call? They like telling their stories of what they went through. Cheers, love. I can't tell if you're being ironic or not. If you're being unironic, I would not bring them on stream just because this is, although it's a story worth telling, this is not going to be the right place for them to tell it. I'm sorry. Like, if I brought them on stream, it would just be people commenting, like, gas emojis the entire time. So, wish them my respect, but I'm not going to bring them on. In regards to the other comment, I'm not Jewish by religion, so I don't practice. It's only, well, I met somebody who was a teenager. I think he's the only Holocaust survivor I ever met. I met him a few years ago. By a few years ago, I mean it had to be late 2010s. I was maybe around 2018, 2017, and he was a teenager when it happened. And his story was a little bit out there, so I looked him up, and no, it's actually genuine, because he had told me he had actually, like, escaped from a transit camp, and I know that wasn't very common. So I didn't, it's not that I didn't believe him, because I saw his tattoo, but I went and I verified it he has records, right? And yes, he did actually escape when he was a teenager and he hid in the house of some, like, Polish woman. You doubted his story. Okay, what people don't get is, because people like to do this really, like, dishonest tactic where they'll take somebody who's lied about their experiences in the Holocaust and use it to discredit the entire event. Whenever you have an event where there is some sort of mass tragedy, narcissists will try to latch onto it so they can get attention as well. Especially if it's an event that would be that it would be harder to disprove that they were inherently there or not, because it affected so many people in so many villages and locations, right? This happened with 9/11. As I said before, a woman lied about being in the towers. Multiple people lied about being in the towers. So you are going to get people that lie about being in or their experiences in the Holocaust. That doesn't discredit the occurrence of the actual event itself. But if somebody's telling me a story that, based on my historical knowledge, I'm like, and then I go and like verify it, like, yeah, that's what happened there. Because some people have said they were they were going to be on the flight for 9/11, but some of those people that I've heard say that have to be lying, because I've heard that from so many people. I've heard that from so many other people about people they've spoken to, that would have had to have been, if everybody who said they missed the 9/11 flight, the two flights that went into the towers, if everybody who said they missed that actually missed that, those two flights would have been the most overbooked fucking flights in human history, because everybody seems to know someone that was supposed to be on the plane that went into the towers.
Back when he said slurs. Prior to 2020, Ian was untouchable, right? You would be an idiot to make the very video I'm making right now. You would get eaten alive. He was like the real cop of YouTube at the time. Like, if an influencer did something shitty, Ian would keep them in check.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun of this guy's appearance. There's nothing wrong with his appearance. It's just he
Real cop of YouTube at the time. Like, if an
I just wasn't expecting this facial expression.
influencer did something shitty, Ian would keep them
I'm sorry.
in check. The nerd who stood up to the bully and the whole class clapped. So brave.
I'm not. Listen, I can't laugh at the guy. I'm not some like beacon of attractiveness myself.
But I'm here to tell you that it was a facade. He was never really as confident as he portrayed himself, and the cracks in the armor were starting to show even during his prime.
Irish people are some of the best looking people on earth, bro. You need to go like meet some Irish women. They're some of the best looking fucking people on earth. This is like a British caricature of an Irish person.
Several years, Ian has obliterated his reputation, and he's been on a downward spiral for these 5 reasons I'm going to be discussing in this video. So in true old content cop fashion, play the transition slides! Since 2022, iDubbbz has been backtracking all of his content in the name of maturity and empathy, but I guess empathy looks a little bit different for everyone else.
One last question. Did you send the skulls? What is your opinion on the skulls, and did you send them?
I don't know. I thought the skulls thing was kind of humorous.
Yeah. Just a death threat to a father.
Saying you're working on developing more empathy and then like not being super empathetic to some people is not like inherently a contradiction, right? I don't think iDubbbz ever stated he's gonna be like he just has like empathy for everyone everywhere on anything, right? There are gonna be some situations where he does not empathize with the person, and that does not contradict him claiming to be working on developing more of it. That's not really like a contradiction. And in regards to them getting sent to human skulls, I don't particularly care. Like, that's a really bad thing. Don't do that to people. But, like, the amount it's been talked about is insane. YouTubers get sent insane shit, right? That could be perceived as threatening, or it could be perceived as, like, a message of, like, somebody who thinks that Ethan is, like, pro-Israel, and then they believe Israel's committing a genocide, so then they send that to him to, like, send some sort of message, like, this is what you support, or whatever. Both those things, regardless, this is, like, not gonna be, like, a shitty thing to do. You should not be doing this. But if it does happen to you, it's like, just like get rid of the skulls, somewhere, move on. I mean, like, I don't know. Do science classes still have like skeletons? I mean, I never saw them, but I see them in TV and stuff. Has anyone been in like a classroom where they have like a skeleton, a cadaver skeleton or something? I mean, it's like, it's not that scary. It's not like you're being sent like a mutilated body. It's like, it's a skull. It's what? It's calcium, some other stuff.
A family.
Yeah, was it a death threat?
Yes, dumbass. Sending 2 skulls to Ethan and Ela's house is clearly a death threat.
It's not. It not inherent. Actually, to be fair, knowing that it was 2, like, if you did think that that was a death threat, I don't think you're crazy. I think that's actually like a pretty reasonable conclusion, but I don't think you should act like it's the only conclusion, right? It very well could have meant the scenario I just gave you. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, that's insane. It's obviously not a death threat. It might be. It might be. But it's just like, buy a fucking gun, put some Ring cameras up, move on. I've gotten death threats. Back in the day when I was on RFC, I had a person who I won't name send me essentially a threat to find me and strangle me to death. And I laughed about it. I was a kid then, and I kind of laughed about it. It's like, okay, you're threatening me online. I don't know. I don't think like death threats are like they're like bad, and you shouldn't do them. But like, it's not the end of the world.
What, did he think it was a fucking prank? A prank is sending poop to someone's house, not 2 human skulls.
I actually think sending poop to someone's house is like way worse than skulls. I would much rather get a human skull in the mail than poop in the mail, because poop is unhygienic. It smells like shit because it is shit. Could potentially contain pathogens, and depending on where you open it, you may have to clean and sanitize the surface. Skulls aren't likely, if they're being bought off professional websites or cleaned in the way these skulls were, they're probably going to be a lot more sanitary than poop. So I'd rather get sent a skull than poop.
And you know firsthand that people take internet drama to extreme levels because you called the cops before you uploaded each of your content cops.
The day before I released the Keemstar video, I called my local police and I was like, put me on the white list.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I said, give me a call if anything happens. It is seriously.
Like,
some people are really...
Well, he's doing that to prevent swatting, right? Isn't that like clearly the insinuation there? Not like he thinks his life is in danger. He just doesn't want a SWAT team breaking down his house over a call made by an internet troll.
Just out of their...
Not that he actually thinks someone is gonna like show up to his house and do some shit to him, right?
fucking minds.
Was it a death threat?
If you and Anissa received 2 human skulls in the mail after uploading the Tana content cop, would you just laugh it off? Oh, it was just a prank. No. Ah, so much for empathy, Ian. Nobody
Wouldn't he just like put it on like Bad Unboxing or something back in the day?
would have been mad had he just come out and said, listen guys, I'm pushing 40, I'm getting too old to bully people online.
I mean, yeah, if you don't know the source of the skulls, you may want to send them to some sort of law enforcement agency for forensic examination. It is very unlikely that a skull you get in the mail that is cleaned like that and like fully intact is like from some sort of serial killer that chopped 2 people's heads off and like removed the flesh from the skull just so he could send it to you, right? It's probably bought from some sort of anatomical website, but it's still good to get that shit checked out, which would be like an inconvenience or a pain in the ass. But they knew. It says museum on the box. Do your research. I don't know every fact ever. I'm sorry. Where's the confirmation it said museum on the box? Maybe I'm forgetting that. Didn't it have the shipping address of the I've actually never heard that talking point before. If that's true, that's fucking crazy. Okay, you don't need to type in all caps. I get it. It's not that dramatic. Okay, I didn't know something. I apologize, and I will look into that. I didn't get owned. If you're correcting people in that manner, you must be the most egotistical fucking person on earth, because I have to correct people who get shit wrong all the time. And it's just like, well, actually, no, this didn't happen. It was this. I'm not like, do your fucking research. It's like, they just didn't know it. I'm correcting them. Calm down. I was wrong. I didn't know that. Sorry.
This is the content I'm going to be making going forward. But he couldn't do that. He's aggressively disavowing all of his old content, called you a basement dweller if you enjoyed it, and has been apologizing and crumbling to absolutely zero pressure.
Also, that just furthers my point. It's not like a case of bad research that led to me making a false point against somebody. The point was the skulls are not as big of a deal as they're being made out to be, and if the fact that I missed was that it said museum on the box, then that kind of furthers the point I already made.
Non-stop for the last 3 years.
I know that this apology isn't enough. I shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it.
This is something that I should live the rest of my life with. Anyone who thinks that I should...
Oh, Vincent Martin. Once again, Vincent Martin messaged me that he doesn't want to talk. Dude, why is it... Honestly, like, you should be, like, publicly fucking shamed in the streets, tarred and fucking feathered if you're not willing to come on for a conversation. It's every single person. Nobody wants to have a fucking conversation. What are people afraid of? I don't get it.
Should be shouting the N-word from the rooftops. I don't want to be your cup of tea.
Is that really what you think your content cops were? Just 20 minutes of you shouting slurs? If that's all you did, nobody would have liked you. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's your boy iDubbbz. Welcome to a new content.
I don't know if that's all he thinks his content cops are about, considering he brought back the series and just removed the aspect of, like, shouting the N-word, right? So he obviously doesn't think that's all they were about if the thing he's disavowing was not present in his continuation of the series. How could you continue the series if you thought every single aspect of it was bad?
Content cop. In today's video, we're talking about Tana Mongeau, but we're also talking about niggers. Man, what Tana did here was bad, but also, look at this nigger. What a dumb nigger. You made the video. You know you use slurs to call out Tana's hypocrisy. She said the context in which the word is used doesn't matter, yet there's clips of her saying it, so by her own definition, she's a...
Chat's gonna love that one. Chat's gonna love that one. It's like, haha, he said the N-word. So funny.
Racist. Everyone's a racist. You called her out for it in a fucking hilarious way, and she used the criticism to become a better person.
I kind of think I'd like deserved that.
He gets
I don't
a W
feel like I'm
for
owed
that. No, he doesn't. He actually doesn't get a W for that in any meaningful capacity. No, or at all, actually. He doesn't get a W for that. You people have like some people have the laziest fucking sense of humor on earth.
Apology. I don't know. Like it made me do so much necessary growth. And I think it also changed the entire trajectory of my career and life. Like, I don't even think canceled would be here.
Your video served the purpose that it was supposed to, but no, I was just...
I disavow the slur. I don't use the N-word. I don't think it's funny to just say the N-word. I don't afford someone a chuckle or a laugh over that. Problem? Issue? I do not think racism is a joke, okay? I don't like it. I don't like it. Not a fan, okay? Not a fan.
Shouting the N-word from the rooftops.
I think all men, regardless of their race, should be treated equally. Now, on the basis of gender, on the other hand.
I'm sorry. I was bigoted. He does this thing a lot where he goes back and reframes the past in a way that makes the way he's acting now seem more justified. Like, he did this with Rice Gum, too.
That was one of the reasons why I felt comfortable, bringing back Content Cop. Like, because in these past videos, it's like, okay, well, like, what does the internet not like about this person? It's really dumb shit, really petty shit. It's like, the
Wow, just the men? Yes.
harshest criticism of Rice Gum was like, yeah, he's arrogant and he flaunts his money.
Bro, she low-key got some I think she's 16.
Yeah, that was a retarded point from iDubbbz. That was not the harshest fucking criticism of him. He was literally like taking on targets that were kids, and he's a fucking insecure pussy like Leafy.
15. I ain't gonna lie, bro. She got some titties on her, bro.
Yeah, he's arrogant and he flaunts his money.
Boy, he raped you? No, but did it feel good though? How long did the rape last for?
5 minutes or less.
Oh, okay. So it's not that bad. But did you sue him and shit or no? Guys, if you want to rape her, she won't sue you. So
yeah, he's arrogant and he flaunts his money.
I'm gonna say this one more time, but you made the videos. Stop downplaying the validity of the criticism you gave.
Wait, that's a retarded point. I think iDubbbz is wrong. But to say you made those points years ago, don't downplay those points. It's like a criticism like you're not allowed to change your mind on something. You actually can change your mind on something in the span of years. It happens all the time. Now, whether he's wrong with the position he's changed to, that's another conversation. I happen to think that he is, right? But you're criticizing him for literally just changing his position. You made these points. Don't be the guy that says they were invalid in hindsight. You actually can do that, and you should do that if you think you were wrong.
These videos were valid, and you've always had empathy. Have you ever truly met someone that doesn't have empathy? Like maybe,
Yes.
The people you made the content cops on that you hate so much now? Calling on your chat to spam Alex is a stupid is not empathy. Saying you hope someone breaks both of their arms and legs is not empathy. Asking a rape victim
Whoa! The fucking audio just peaked there. I actually think all of the people he's just mentioned have empathy. They just have like not shown it in various circumstances, and I dislike them. But yeah, they all clearly have empathy. Keem, on the other hand, I've said this before. I don't have beef with the guy, but I have questioned at times if he's like a sociopath, because he does like kind of view everybody as like pieces on a chessboard. I don't think I've ever seen like an authentic friendship that this guy's had with someone. I think that's what's made him outside of YouTube such like a good businessman. But so Keem's maybe the only one where I may suspect he is severely lacking in empathy, or it's non-existent. I'm not sure yet.
if it felt good is not empathy, and making fun of.
If Keem is like the most realistic depiction of like he's not a depiction, he's a real person of like a sociopath. It's not like your Patrick Bateman American Psycho shit or psychopath, where it's not like you're like beheading prostitutes, you're a serial killer. A lot of these people you'll find doing very well in the corporate world.
An autistic kid is not empathy. And calling these people out is not morally grandstanding. Content Cop was never about saying that you were better than them. It was about critiquing their actions and character. Not, oh. But in an ironic turn of events, this moral grandstanding that you wanted to get away from in the Content Cops is all you do now.
I don't inherently dislike Keem. I don't. I'm just saying the guy might be a psychopath. That's not like me, like I'm not saying that as like, this is like bad. I'm saying I genuinely come to think of it, like in hindsight, the way he operates is like very strange. Like the way he views people is insanely strange. He views people by like the utility they hold for him, as opposed to like liking them for traits about them that don't benefit them, him.
People on the left seem to be generally more concerned than people on the right. You can say that people on the right are most.
Iran has bombed Israel once. Did Iran ever agree to a ceasefire, by the way? I'll cover this in a minute, but it literally just sounds like we dropped some fucking bombs on sorry, it's Iran. Okay, I know people say, if they say Iran, okay, don't take them. Iran, okay? I know that, it seems like we just dropped some bombs on Iran and then said, okay, it's like playing a game of tagging somebody, you're it, and then running away and calling for a timeout. That's literally what this feels like. Okay, the pro-Israel lobby and many people were pressuring Trump. It's just one bunker buster bomb. Take out the nuclear facility, just one bunker buster. And then the other side, who happen to agree with, is like, no fucking war with Iran. So to appease both sides, it feels like he drops a bomb on Iran, and then to appease the no war people, immediately calls a timeout. He's like, okay, I just dropped a bomb on you guys. Hopefully peace can continue in the future.
Mostly concerned about themselves. That might be like a fair assessment.
Modern iDubbbz contradicts.
But yeah, nothing ever happens. I knew that I'm anti-war. I agree with the anti-war sentiment, but I knew there wasn't going to be a fucking war over unless the U.S. wanted to go to war. I doubted there was going to be a war here, because for Trump to do it, it would be political suicide. And for I mean, not that that's really bothered him that much. Well, it actually has. His image has bothered him. He kind of like when his own like base started to like kind of call him on some of the tariff shit. He like barely, but he did kind of do some like light rolling back on it, right? But I didn't think this was going to result in World War III.
Himself at every corner, so much so that it made this segment really easy.
Yeah, nothing ever happens, genuinely.
Easy to write, because I have enough examples of hypocrisy just from his latest Content Cop to make my entire point. Thanks, Ian.
After
Israel wants regime change in Iran, and they want the U.S. to help them do it. And I don't think that we're, at least not publicly, going to do anything overtly to interfere with that. Maybe Trump will. He's an unpredictable fucking moron.
After the Content Cop, I noticed.
But Israel essentially wants to, if you look at some of these like Mossad puppet accounts, the narrative is the current leadership of Iran is illegitimate, and they need to be replaced with the Shah, who was the former like royalty of Iran. The guy in charge now is the son of what Pavlov, ever you say his name, he's his son, so he's the successor to the throne. But he's like a pro-US, pro-Israel guy, and they want to get rid of the Ayatollah and replace him with the Shah. First of all, I don't know what Iranian sentiment is on the Ayatollah, but the Ayatollah fucking sucks balls, and I'm sure not many people like him. But that doesn't mean they want him replaced with the Shah. Like, the Iranian public, even if they don't actually like the Ayatollah, they're still not, like, pro-Israel, pro-US.
Just a huge influx of concerned trolls. They're trying to...
Don't get me wrong. The Iranian government is shit. The stuff they've done is fucking brutal. They literally, like, hung a 16-year-old victim of rape. And they blamed her for infidelity. And they fucking hung her. It's a backwards way of governance. Okay? But that is nothing related... That my dislike of Iran's government has nothing to do with foreign policy in relation to Israel.
You know, make people crash out, as I was kind of indicating in my video.
That's not really relevant right now. There are tons of nations that have totally shit governments. That doesn't mean I think we need to be the ones to step in and do another regime change. Like, because that's turned out so well for us in the past. All the great examples, like what we did in Libya and in Iraq. And it works so well every time, man.
Man, those concerned trolls, they're real jerks, aren't they? It's what I would
Aiden the Zionist just called them backwards Arabs. I'm not Zionist, and Iranians are not Arab. They're Persian, Shia Muslims, and I think the Arab world is predominantly Sunni.
say if you didn't spend 66 minutes doing it yourself.
Looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. Hope that you can do better is such a great thing to say. It's like, you're a piece of shit. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help.
That seems a little bit hypocritical, Ian. Are you okay? Are you crashing out? In case you just came from a time machine from 2017 and you don't even know why the H3 content cop even exists, I'll explain it to you in a way that anybody could understand.
H3 and Hassan Piker have a show together. 63
By the way,
episodes.
after this, we'll cover Iran because I do want to talk about it. But after this, folks, make sure to like up, make sure to sub, and make sure to help us. Make sure to help us hit the goal, which is on. We're very close to.
In, H3 made Hassan Piker angry with political disagreement. The show is cancelled. H3 Hassan Piker fighting like mom and dad. Hassan Piker's yes men who used to like H3 go, okay, H3 bad then. Fuck your fat head. So they start fighting with Ethan publicly as well.
I'm sorry, is that even true? Has Bad Empanada ever liked H3? I don't think that's true. Have Bad Empanada or Sean, his name's Sean DeBlack, right? Have these two ever fucking liked H3? I know Frogan did at one point. I'm not too sure about Denims. I wouldn't doubt it. Do you smoke cigarettes? Yes. So my fucking teeth are yellow.
Meanwhile,
why ain't you debated since Abe Dinkus? I've wanted a debate. Nobody fucking wants to call in.
Ethan gets a dog, and oh boy, this dog loves to shit.
Olive has Giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia. And now, I think this morning, I had diarrhea.
Oh my god. Later. Okay, when you're... it's kind of cut there, so I don't know where he cut it. But, like, it's a little bit reckless to be talking about your children on stream and present the narrative as... the dogs are shitting all over. Wait, let's just listen to this again.
Olive has Giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
The dog has Giardia. The dog's having diarrhea.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth.
Now the kid has Giardia. Okay, so when you present it in that order, the assumption would be like there's just like dog shit in your house that's making your kids sick. Why would you ever like present it like that if you didn't want people to worry about the fucking welfare of your kids? He cuts it off before the worst part. If you can link that to me, that'd be great.
At that age, he has Giardia. And
okay, what has happened? Okay, I modded Dust Money to test something out in the community, and his post got hidden. So now this JPM guy is like, who hid my post? I knew I shouldn't have joined. I'm not going back to the server either. What? Okay. What does it have to fucking... First of all, Dust Money, what post did you hide? Second of all, Aiden, let's settle something. Should the Twitter community allow posts that have nothing to do with you? It's not a clip. It's practically a topic suggestion. His post was literally a fucking politics post, and he posted it again anyway. Okay, that's fair. That is a fair moderation decision. That is like a fair if you want to like send me topics, we have a politics section of the server. We have a topic suggestion section of the server, but like the account or the community is mainly intended for clips and news relating to the streams. So that is like a valid reason to hide a post. That was a good moderation decision. Dust Bunny's right. He's just right here. I don't know what to say. He is just genuinely right.
Now, I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god. Later, H3 confirmed.
Wait, Queeman sent me the full clip. Let's listen.
Next part is...
What's the next?
That Olive has Giardia, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it.
Okay.
She had diarrhea, and...
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that, too. And I just wonder why...
It's relatively common.
It should be... They should have found it already. But anyway, so she has Giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. And, well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Yeah. So, well, I'll wait for this part.
Oh,
And now Ela has Giardia.
shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying
to...
Because I'm not trying to get
Can we crank the AC, maybe?
Is it?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
All right, let me just... Okay, we'll keep going here.
Are you planning on that?
Never.
No.
Okay, so the sequence of information we've presented. I've brought in dogs into my home with Giardia. My kids have Giardia. Giardia is only transmitted by the consumption of fecal matter. So with those three facts you've just given us, it is actually not super irrational for a member of the audience to conclude that your children are getting sick from like dog shit around the house. It is like reckless to present information like that. You're gonna get people fucking worried.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But unfortunately...
So the problem is...
you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like in the
literally.
air, bro.
That's not what I said. That's literally... That's
You
what
admitted
you
had
said.
caca breath.
No, that's what you said I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So because,
Keep interrupting.
you know, it can go on surfaces and stuff. So, you know, Olive chews everywhere. She's there. So, you know, Sonny, it makes sense why he got it. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrheas, like in the middle of the night, all day, all the time, he's having these crazy diarrheas. Then when me and Ela start having to get in there and changing his diaper, obviously you put him down, you wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas.
And they put their hands into the poop.
So I haven't been diagnosed with it. Neither has Ela. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because...
Well, wouldn't the solution... I mean, unless this is some, like, resistant super bacteria, wouldn't the solution just be to disinfect the surfaces that the child is changed on and disinfect the surfaces that the dogs are shitting on, or give them a temporary diaper or something? Like, yeah, when you present it like that, somebody could come to the conclusion you are not cleaning your house thoroughly enough, and your kids are getting sick as a result of that. I don't think that. I don't think Ethan is a negligent parent. I don't think Ethan is a bad parent. But when you're presenting it like that, you're obviously going to lead certain people to that conclusion, and there could be someone in the audience who has a genuine concern as a result for the welfare of your children based on the narrative that you've just presented to them. Aiden ran from the bat. If she wants to call in, she can. And wash your hands. It is, yeah. A lot of people just don't wash their hands properly. as well. I've noticed this in public restrooms. Okay, it's 20 seconds, folks. Get under the fingernails, in between the fingers. Don't just like rinse it. Just don't put soap on your hands for 2 seconds, then rinse it off. All right. A lot of people do this. Very disgusting. Take the dog out, but no, I mean you have like dogs have very sensitive stomachs, especially with a bacterial infection. My dog got sick once, and he was having like temporary issues with incontinence. So I put a diaper on him. They have dog diapers, and before I'd put the diaper on him, he had actually gone in the house, which is something he hadn't done before. And then I had obviously cleaned the surface, disinfected it. First cleaning it with I think it was like a Lysol cleaner, and then once everything was clean, I finished it off with bleach to disinfect the surface. Okay. And that should prevent the transmission of most illness. Now, not all bacteria are killed by bleach, apparently. Maybe they are. I feel like I've read bleach is like not effective for certain bacteria.
Confirmed that their children did not have Giardia. It was just a little stomach bug. Baby fine, baby healthy.
Okay, so the kids didn't even have... Okay, but when you present it like that, you've now led someone in the audience to believe your kids have Giardia. Giardia is only brought by the consumption of fecal matter. You bring up that the surfaces the kids are changed on is like an explanation for the Giardia. So yeah, the conclusion you've led people to with your own words is that it is more than likely the case that your children are getting sick from like a lack of proper like cleaning and sanitization of surfaces in the home.
The Hassan Piker yes men go, here is our chance. Here's how we can get back at H3 for disagreeing. We can remove his kids from his house.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and I don't know if they eat it.
It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own.
It is worth noting that iDubbbz and his master are friends with Hassan.
Okay, that was Denim's reading someone else's comment, and to be fair, Denim's did not really give any pushback to it, right? That's my criticism of Denim's. Denim's was like kind of negligent with her coverage of this. She should have like clarified that people shouldn't jump to conclusions about his fatherhood over this, while she could still simultaneously bring up that that's like a troubling thing to bring up on stream. But that's not like Denim's like original thought. She's reading something, right?
Hassan Piker and his meat riders and are also friends with H3. H3 said, hey Ian, I'm being harassed by these people. You've been to my house and
I am not in love with Denim's, okay? First of all, she's not my type. Second of all, I don't know what the second of all was. Oh yeah. Feels like if you like are not like totally like Denim's or Hassan bad, you must be wanting to like eat them out or some shit. I don't know.
You've seen my kids aren't rolling around in dog shit. Can you make a tweet standing up for me? Ian and his master thought long and hard.
What thought? She doesn't have. I mean, she does have thoughts. They're just like kind of dumb sometimes, and she's a little like negligent with her coverage. They all got Giardia. No, they didn't. One dog had it. Okay. But the way that Ethan, and I know Grizzly's a Deorio fan, also a fan of mine, which obviously I appreciate it. If someone likes me, I'm not gonna go too hard on them, right? Got the old Cabal ways. No, fuck that. Yeah, obviously, if Ethan has presented a sequence of information that my dog has Giardia, Giardia is only transmissible by shit, and the other he's led his audience to believe that his kids have Giardia. Giardia is only transmissible by fecal matter, and his dog had it, right? Just because he found out later that this was not the case doesn't mean that the sequence of information that he presented to the audience at the time wouldn't lead to the reasonable conclusion that his kids have contracted Giardia through the ingestion of fecal matter.
And then they said, no, motherfucker. Fast forward a little further and boom. It is us, CPS. Ethan got rightfully mad and
I think one of the best criticisms of Ethan is that he is very reckless with the aspects of his personal life he chooses to share with the public and the way he presents it. That's one of the examples. The other example I cite is that I think it is very reckless because I am sure that there are unhinged people that would like to see the guy dead, right? And I'm sure but more importantly, that's what he believes, right? I think it is like reckless when you believe your family's in danger to then go like show your kids' faces to the internet and bring them on stream. And to my knowledge, he had previously blurred his children's faces, so I don't know why this would be the time to show them to the internet. First of all, they're too like young to. I'm generally against, like, if you're like a major public figure, I'm generally, unless your kid is like directly related to what you're producing, I generally frown upon showing your kids to the public, because they deserve to decide for themselves whether they want to live a public life or not when they come of age, and you're kind of depriving them of that decision because you're like making it for them. But has he shown them on? He did. Yeah, he showed his kids on stream. Yeah, he showed his children on stream. It's reckless, just like how Israel accidentally funded the Hamas party during an election in Gaza. It wasn't an accident. Didn't they fund Hamas because they were trying to undermine Yasser Arafat? And then Hamas came back to bite him in the ass. I mean, that's kind of like what happened with the U.S. and the Mujahideen, right? We provided aid to them so they could go fight the Soviets, and then we, a lot of them, including one Mr. Osama bin Laden, turned around and joined like radical terrorist factions like Al Qaeda. That's different than Hamas, right? Hamas didn't like fly a fucking plane into the town. I'm not saying that those are the same things, but the point being, the point is, right, a lot of nations have like given funding to groups they think will help them serve one purpose, and that group kind of goes and turns on them.
Streamed the same day, expressing frustration that Anissa and her husband were silent.
Now that you're caught up, here's some textbook hypocrisy from eDubes.
Our silence means something.
Even when we don't say something, they think we're saying something.
Who do I believe? Does their silence mean that they're picking a side, or am I just reading too much into it? I don't fucking know.
This is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
Ian.
True. He's right. Good point. He makes a very good point.
That is rich coming from.
I think that criticism is better fit for his Instagram story, for an Instagram story.
From you.
This is your emotional dumping ground.
It's just really
This wasn't his podcast. He doesn't have an entire podcast for this, right? Wasn't this podcast or clip? No, wait, that's not true. Either this was recorded by him for the video where he's talking to a therapist, which I agree is like super embarrassing to put into a video. It is his podcast. I don't know if it, like, this isn't like the general theme or occurrence of, I'd have to look into this one, but I'm pretty sure this was like a one-off thing. I don't think this is like some continuous theme on a show he's doing, or he's doing on some. I know it was in the video. Yeah. I know it was in the video. But like the point being, his criticism of Ethan is that like his podcast is assumedly what I'm assuming to be, right, a continuous emotional dumping ground.
It's really hard.
It's horrible.
To be
This is not what podcasts are.
A couple online.
But wait a minute, there's more.
I think
I know it was in the video. I know it was in the video. I know it was at the end of the video, and I criticized it because it's very embarrassing and totally unnecessary to include. I agree.
Something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to...
But the other point is, even if I was to make the concession that Ian does the same thing, that you're not engaging with the point at all. You're just going after the source of the claim. You're not attacking the claim in and of itself. So both of those towards the end of the video, I know it was in the video. I saw the video. I watched the video. He says he uses his got it. Okay, so I'll concede on the point that Ian's podcast is more than likely he does the same thing. But if that were to be true, that's like total non-engagement with the point he's making. Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that Ethan still does shit.
To be fair.
This is the funniest claim that he's made so far, because after watching all 66 minutes of this boring-ass Content Cop, this is the least fair one he's ever made. You didn't mention a single time.
I missed a dono. Shout out to... Okay, I can't read that. Thank you. I don't know why a mod did not delete that. Wait, is the confusing opinion not 21 years old? Is the confusing... Hold the phone. Hold on a minute. Wait, hold on. I'm about to be the most mad fucking person of the whole year. Hopefully this guy picks up the fucking phone. He's my age. Oh, really? Really? Cause I didn't take it personally that I got blacklisted from like the most insane party of the fucking year because I wasn't 21. I'm not taking that personally. It's just a strict no 21 rule. Except for confusing, I guess. Except for people that aren't me, I guess. Hey, now I'm taking it a little more personally.
Time why H3 was mad in the first place. Ethan was mad because the online harassment led to CPS being called on his house. Why did you not mention this? It would have taken 10 seconds to mention that. That seems pretty fucking important to the story you're telling. You can't just show someone's emotional reaction to a fucked up situation and then paint them as crazy without explaining why they're crashing out. Oh yeah, look, Mike Tyson is punching the shit out of this guy on the plane. I mean, Mike is crashing out. Is he off his meds? Is he okay? Yeah, the guy who's getting the shit beat out of him, he didn't harass Mike Tyson for 10 minutes before and get 10 prior warnings. No, that didn't happen.
What is this point?
And then paint them as crazy without explaining why they're crashing out. Ethan was mad because the online harassment led to CPS being called on his house. Why did you not mention this? It would have taken 10 seconds to mention that. That seems pretty fucking important to the story.
We actually have no idea why CPS was called to his house. You could conclude it was like a deranged hater, which more than likely could have been or was. Right? We're not sure of that. And like, second of all, that is not the only reason he's fucking mad.
You're telling. You can't just show someone's emotional reaction to a fucked up situation and then paint
Oh wait, he was showing a specific hold on, I just missed this part. Wait.
There's more.
I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair.
This is the funniest claim that he's made so far because after watching all 66 minutes of this boring-ass Content Cop, this is the least fair one he's ever made. You didn't mention a single time why H3 was mad in the first place. Ethan was mad because the online harassment led to CPS being called on his house. Why did you not mention this? It would have taken 10 seconds to mention that. That seems pretty fucking important to the story you're telling. You can't just show someone's emotional reaction to a fucked up situation and then paint them as crazy without explaining why they're crashing out. Oh yeah, look, Mike Tyson is punching the shit out of this guy on the plane. I mean, Mike is crashing out. Is he off his meds? Is he okay? Yeah, the guy who's getting the shit beat out of him, he didn't harass Mike Tyson for 10 minutes before and get 10 prior warnings.
This is the worst example you could have picked because the Tyson example shows a clear incident of prior provocation followed by a disproportionate response. So just because there was something that occurred that would legitimize anger does not mean that the response cannot be criticized as insanely disproportionate or fucking insane. That's the worst example you could have picked. Also, he ate an ear. Yeah, my grandfather was at that fight. Tyson versus Holyfield. He was there that night when, see, Mike Tyson comes off as, like, such a nice guy, but apparently he, like, allegedly raped somebody. And he did bite somebody's ear off on live TV, and he did beat the shit out of that guy in the airplane. But otherwise, on like a personal level, he comes on. He does seem like a nice guy whenever I hear him speak.
No, that didn't happen. No, Mike Tyson, he lost the plot. Ian, where's the empathy?
Playing the idiot like I don't see the things he did.
Ian is very malleable. He's the friend in high school who ditches his friend group when he gets his first girlfriend. No, like actually, he missed his best friend's wedding for his wife's tattoo appointment. He went from hanging out with Joji, Post Malone, and PewDiePie to hanging out with a group of truly mean and hateful political extremist retards. His Content Cop featured.
I don't think, I genuinely don't think like Ian regularly hangs with these people. I think for a lot of these people, this was probably the first time they met. I know he hadn't even following Denims in advance, so Denims you could make that point. But for Frogan, Sean, Hassan, I don't think these are like people he like regularly hangs with, right?
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
9/11 comment, okay? The people that were killed on 9/11 didn't deserve it, but from Hassan's perspective, the U.S. had engaged in actions that that acted as a catalyst for 9/11's occurrence. So, albeit it's worded in a poor way, but anybody who doesn't like fall for rage bait or can engage in like any form of critical thinking understands what that comment meant. Okay? Even if you disagree that America didn't perpetrate actions that would precipitate some sort of event like that, that's still what Hassan believes and what he means by that point. He's not saying the people, the individual civilians that died on 9/11 deserved it. That's like a retarded interpretation. In regards to Frogan, that is a stupid thing she said, but it's clear like anger. It's anger pointed at like specific American veterans due to like specific American military action, right? But she says it like as if it's applicable to all of them. So yeah, it sounds bad, is bad, but it's like not even close to like a clip worth getting this up in arms about. Just like how you've criticized, you said before, right? When Ida says Ethan's crashing out, it's like Ethan's mad because CPS was called on his house. Sure, but Frogan is like a Muslim woman, and she has seen the perpetration of what she sees as unjust, and there were unjust acts. I don't think I'm going to agree with her on everything she thinks is unjust. Unjust acts against fellow followers of her religion by the United States military. Could this not be a reaction done out of anger? Would these comments, like, would it be unreasonable to assume that she's not talking about every individual veteran, but her statement is like coming from a place of anger?
And my favorite.
You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years.
Yeah, and that's a stupid comment as well. I think Denims is a moron, but like that's about it. I just think Denims is like really dumb. I don't really have very strong feelings about her.
This was in reference to the H3 CPS call, and could only be said by such a hateful, childless cat lady. I wonder what other fucked up things you can justify with this mentality. Oh, that baby that got raped? Well, he won't remember it.
She is Okay, you realize like identity is multifaceted, right? You realize someone's identity is multifaceted. By citizenship, she's an American, but she's also a Muslim, and that is an aspect of her identity. And if people that share the common factor with her of American citizenship and their military apparatus, which she is not a part of, goes out and perpetrates acts against the other facet of her identity, she could still get angry at people that share the American facet or the military arm of that facet. That doesn't change anything I said.
Are you a fucking idiot?
Even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not gonna.
She's not Muslim. She's what? That's a troll. That's a troll. That's a troll, right?
Able to remember them past like 15.
But this segment is going to focus on Anissa specifically, who built all of these connections, you know, through her pure talent and creative artistry and charisma. And I'm just fucking kidding. She'll always be remembered as iDubbbz's wife. Now, you could watch 42 videos from More Pegasus to learn more about why you shouldn't like Anissa Joma, or you could save yourself 20 hours and I could sum it up in 30 seconds. Anissa got with iDubbbz in 2016 after Leafy Is Here rejected her. When they got together, iDubbbz kept her pretty private for the first couple of years because he didn't want to put his image in her hands. Oh, how this did not age well.
I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always been shitting yourself.
Ian, if I could go back into 2017 and tell you, if you stay with this woman, your biggest fear will come true. Your image will be dragged through the mud more than the subjects of any of your content cops ever were. I would tell you. I'm sorry we couldn't save you. Sam Hyde tried to warn you, but by then it was already too late.
Mark my words, that woman's gonna ruin his life.
Anissa has continuously diminished his reputation over
I hate when people do this, when like somebody doesn't like somebody and because there's like a reason they see as like in like post, I don't know what led up to Sam Hyde saying that initially, but like it's more than likely probably because Sam Hyde knew she was a lefty or some shit, right? Like just because somebody doesn't like somebody doesn't mean they like got it right when there then becomes a valid reason to dislike them. Maybe there were valid reasons before, but I would almost guarantee that one of like the predominant contributors to these people value marriage for outside approval. She's literally not. What do you consider a practicing Muslim? Out of curiosity. What is practicing to you? Okay. I was the same. Okay, so let's say she doesn't follow the Muslim religion. Her family is Muslim, right? Even though you yourself, like listen, I know people are gonna be like, oh, you're now shifting the goalpost. I'm not. Every criticism I just gave that would rationalize her anger is still applicable. Because even if you were not practicing Muslim, if you were just culturally Muslim and grew up that way, you're still gonna have a connection or similarity to people who are Muslim, right? Even if you don't actively believe in it anymore.
and overbuy, starting an OnlyFans, venting relationship problems to fans on Discord, calling Ian and his family's last name, publicly saying that
Do you go to church? No.
your husband was destined to lose his posting videos of your husband being beat up by a girl, making cringe tick, calling your husband trailer. I hate young male audiences. You know, the ones buying my OnlyFans. Ian, have you always been shitting yourself? She posted nude pictures on the same day as her wedding. She made
That blur was not strong enough.
take her last name. Young men against porn? That's just Andrew Tate shit. Everyone who disagrees with me is an incel. I only shave for OnlyFans, not for Ian. If my girlfriend shaved for strange men on the internet for $9.99 per month, but not for me, she would.
Alright, this video fucking sucks, dude. This is worse than Cameron's, by far. This video sucks. I was hoping you'd actually be better. This is the worst video I've ever seen. What a horrible video. What a dog shit fucking video. Queeman says culturally Muslim or culturally Christian doesn't exist. Thoughts? I disagree. No, I'm trying to rationalize his argument in my head, right? Because in like a technical sense, because Muslim is a religion, and it is multiple types of people are Muslim, right? They're followers from various backgrounds, and then you have groups that predominantly follow Islam, like Persians, like Turks, and Arabs, and Southeast Asians, like in Pakistan, Bangladesh, some parts of India. And these people have their own unique cultures within these spheres, but they are unified by like a common system of beliefs that leads to them engaging in common practices, i.e. like the celebration of Eid, fasting. There are like certain values instilled in their families by the worship of these religions that become like cultural practices or values that even though they're from various backgrounds, there's like levels of commonality between all these people, and some of those facets of commonality are maintained or familiar to people who are no longer practicing the religion. So in like the wording sense, maybe he means we're talking about Iranian culture versus Arab culture, etc., etc. I think colloquially it's totally fine to say that Islam has a culture. In regards to Christianity, there are various cultures associated with it, but there are common cultural aspects shared by all Christians regardless of where they come from, right? The celebration of Christmas. I know it differs based on what country you're in, but like there are some aspects that remain similar. The going to church on Sundays, right? Cultural Muslims are not you're not Muslim by religion, and I know Islam is not a culture, but colloquially it's like a totally fair assessment to make. What you mean when you say culturally Muslim is you identify with common unifying cultural practices, aspects, or beliefs that universally exist across members of the given religion.
Not be my girlfriend. She would be my ex-girlfriend. Ian, this woman does not respect you. She takes every opportunity she can to put you down. How can you not see it?
So for Ian, for example, like
watch Erudite. Erudite's my next segment. Erudite's my next segment. I'm probably not gonna continue watching this. It kind of sucks. All right, folks. Well, we're going here for 4 hours. When we get back, I'm gonna be checking out the Erudite segment. I'm taking a quick smoke break. Then we're gonna check out a quick masturbation break. Then we're gonna check out the Erudite. We're gonna be talking about not so Erudite. We're gonna cover the Iran shit, and then we're covering the Dickers Bobka live breakup. For those of you that missed the stream from last week, here it is. I'll be back in like 7 minutes. We're worried about you. I'll be back. Yes, I am addicted to nicotine. So fucking true. I'll be back. You're not gonna want to miss this part. I get it's boring to sit here. So if you open it, you can open another. I give you permission to open another tab or click on something else. But be back in 7 minutes. All right. I'm playing my own video. Because I'm not like Hassan, guys. I'm not like Hassan. They should put it like right here. That kind of works, right? For the years we've been talking and the years we've been two falls.
If you say yes, we go.
If you call in is you can't agree with me because I don't like taking callers that agree with me because it's very awkward. Like, what are we going to talk about? Like, oh, I agree with you, Aiden. You're really smart for this. It's like, I appreciate it. You know, I love you guys, but that is just doesn't make for a good conversation. That's like probably my only rule. 189 from Lumpy Willie. Aiden, you throated this guy for years. This is cope. So true.
Tom, Bowback, something I said. If you're gonna accuse me of something, have a timestamp. I'll fucking concede to it right there and then. So that's the rules. If you break them, get snippy with me.
Get snippy with me.
Just,
so you can't be
just
too
totally
mean
bad
to
faith
him.
or scream or yell. I don't need to do this.
This guy went to Iraq, right? Like, and he's like, don't get too snippy with me. You can call in and disagree with me, but if you disagree with me, it has to be on my show under a very under very specific rules that make it a safe space for me. Holy shit.
Doesn't mean that no fucking skin off my back. So pop on in. Yes, we did call a bunch of people. People are calling you a pedophile and saying I said like, the same thing. It's so much weird how these guys, all those lefty losers on Chud's side are exactly
lefties. It's all lefties. This guy sees lefties everywhere. It's all about politics with him. I'm sorry, right? Chud might be a lefty, but he's like the least lefty that's like ever existed at all. Like he's very reasonable or centrist with a lot of his like political positions, especially when it comes to like social positions, right? His community is like the same way. In fact, his community is actually filled with a surprising amount of like right-wingers and shit. Everything is about lefty. Dude, the other thing too is like this is like it's worse than my fucking than my grandparents and how this guy is. Like, look, pronouns George/Orwell, get it? Because it's literally 1984. Okay.
Side. You know, peeing on fucking kids, that was 5 years ago. Now it's sending dick pics. 14-year-olds. You know. So this is your chance right now. You had an hour to get clips, everything. Well, I'll be asking you here. It work like this. Do you want to debate me over the thing? Yes. Pick one subject, and then I'm gonna say we play by the rules. If you say yes, we go. Let's go first.
Somebody asked what counts as being snippy. Well,
what's that? I mean, come on. You fucking usually yeah, it is vague. I admit, but I mean, yeah, I mean, well, you get me. If you're funny, I'll probably let you go. Hellbent first. All right. Here we go.
Hellbent, you have had many fumbles. Okay. Hellbent has had many fumbles, but I am praying that she gets a W here. Okay. You know, she's not stupid. She's just like very autistic and can't read a fucking room. I'm praying she gets a W.
Hellbent, the first one. Hellbent, how are you?
Hello?
Hey, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, Jannies. Anybody telling me what to watch and what not to watch? Please, 30-minute down.
Are you here to debate over Chud?
Oh, sure, yes.
Okay. Pick a topic. The specific one, because I don't want people like flipping around changing all the time.
All right. I have a theory and I have a question.
No.
I'm not skipping anything. Go watch fucking Coco Melon, little bitch. I'll watch whatever the fuck I want to watch.
No, you're choosing. You're choosing. Now you just want to ask me a question, correct? One question.
I will ask you. I would like to.
All right, hold on. Jesus, Hellbent, you can't do that. Yes, you're going to answer me a question, correct?
Yes.
And you play by the rules, yes or no?
Yes, I will play by the rules.
Go ahead, ask your question. That's what we're going to do everybody. I just want to give you an example. Go ahead, ask your question.
So I have a question in regard to what you said earlier in this stream, I believe. It was about how you told somebody else to not talk to Aiden. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Would you not say that is an example of
Wait,
sneaky behavior?
he doesn't even know. He's like answering. No, of course not. He doesn't even know what she's saying yet. Or he does know what she's saying because deep down he knows what it is.
Because I told him no, I don't think so. Because I think Aiden was being a snake to this particular person.
I was being a snake. I'll tell you who he's talking about. Okay, I'll tell you exactly who he is talking about. Nicholas Deorio. That is who he is talking about. Is he going to cite a single example of me being a snake to Deorio? Every disagreement or criticism that I've had of Deorio has been public. It has been on my live streams. It has been in public chats that I know people who are in Deorio's server read. And when I do call Deorio, and our call was like pretty friendly, right? I do bring up the things I disagree with him on. What is snaky about having some major contentions with someone's coverage of a specific situation? Someone, I consider him a friend, and publicly litigating it and bringing it up to him in calls. What is snaky about that?
Okay, so if, for example, if you are friends, you're friends with Matt and Cole, right? So if Matt told you, hey, don't speak to Cole because I think he's just, actually...
Hellbent, you should have asked him for an example of how I've been a fucking snake to this person. He won't have one. Or he's going to have to concede that it's just snaky to criticize people you're friends with. And I completely disagree with that. If Deorio wasn't a content creator, sure, I would keep my criticisms more like purely private. But he is a content creator, and my criticism is with points being litigated in the public space. So my disagreements are going to be public. I don't know like what to tell you. Like Deorio plays this game. Deorio understands it. And to Deorio's credit, he knows what I've said because he knows exactly what I've said, and he hasn't really like he hasn't bridge burnt over it or anything. Like he handles it fine.
Actually, a sneaky shifty fuck. Would that not feel weird to you?
No, because I asked him to back it up.
Yeah, so because your statement was that you told that.
Who is JFA? I got him confused with the Bible guy. Who is JFA?
Person. I mean, I think everyone has a pretty good guess of who that person
is. It was easy to back it up. His whole history is easy to back up. He's never been trustworthy. You can go back all the fucking he's never been trustworthy.
He has been unable to cite a single example where I have not been trustworthy. So I have yet to hear an example. He talks about this fucking drama from 8 years ago where I was in the right, okay, completely, and he admits it. He's like, well, the guy did kind of deserve it or whatever. And it's like, yeah, because somebody was like scamming me while I was working for them. And I didn't really know them on a personal level. So I spoke to people about it in private, and then somebody else caught wind of it and had my permission to go public with it, right? That, you know, what is like snaky about that? What is untrustworthy about that? If you fucking scam me, yeah, I'm not gonna, I mean, what is untrustworthy?
He got passed when he was a kid because he was a kid, he's a teenager. But I mean, like, look at the situation. Like during election day, we got along real great. I even said, "Oh boy, you know, I'm grown up now." I got like used to be. It's really great. Later, not hanging around that commie Jeff Holiday. It was a really good time. And then
that commie Jeff Holiday, dude. Can I just? This guy is so fucking like mind broken, dude. You guys have, for those of you that don't know, okay, Jeff Holiday is not a name that has like crossed my mind in years. He's not even referencing the time I was commie. He's referencing a person I knew like years before that when I was conservative. Okay, Jeff Holiday is a guy from the skeptic community that like kind of debunked like pseudoscience, like people peddling like fake medicine online. He got invited onto the Dr. Phil show to debunk this woman who was like selling this like weird juice to people or whatever the fuck. And me and Jeff were cool. We had arguments about politics because he was pretty left-leaning. He wasn't a communist, but he was fairly left-leaning. And we had arguments about politics in 2020. And then I don't think I've spoken to him since like I have not spoken to the guy since 2020. And we weren't even like, we weren't hanging with each other. We spoke occasionally in Twitter DMs. We were never hanging with each other. Who is he what is he talking about? He doesn't even know what the fuck he doesn't even know what he's talking about. The whole commie shit didn't come until years later when I was hanging with Augie, who is a conservative. Yet I took on an ideology totally antithetical to what he believes in. I.e., right, I don't just like take the positions of the people I'm fucking talking to. But he's purposefully gonna conflate a commie arc from years later to the time I was talking to a leftist years earlier that I hadn't spoken to since. And he's gonna overlap the two to support the belief that I take the positions of who I'm talking to. See, that would work if it wasn't a total fucking lie. That would work if you just weren't just like lying.
He's hanging around people that are entertaining me sending dick pics. So
to be clear, I'm not.
What?
Jeff Holiday was a really good time. And then next he's hanging around people that are entertaining me sending dick pics. So
what is he? What? What are you? Who are you talking about? Queeman maybe? Has Queeman done that? Maybe the X621X guy or whatever, my old mod, right? But at the time when he was doing the shit with Tommy, I quite literally said I think this is too far. And what they did was I was in a voice chat and anyone can change the status of a voice chat. It was a voice chat of about like 15 people. And somebody changed the status of the voice chat I was in to plotting against Tommy C, right? And I think that's the thing that Dickers went and DM'd Tommy over, because I think Dickers was there too. I thought I had DM'd Tommy saying I'm not conspiring against you, but apparently I just DM'd him, are you online? And then I was going to DM him that, but I didn't. And I guess I assumed he was smart enough to fucking realize that. And if he had an issue, he could have come to me. 2 pounds from Soul Skibbity. Aiden, can you calm down, please? You sound angry. Okay, sweetheart. Is this good enough for you? JFA is in Tommy's chat with me all the time. Oh, that's nice.
Oh.
To be clear, I'm not.
No, I'm answering the best I can.
No, I'm not even going to dispute Aiden being shifty. He's a shifty Jew.
I'm not saying that.
Huh? I'm shifty. I'm shifty, you duplicitous bitch. Oh, didn't you literally get kicked off of Deorio's fucking moderation team? Because like on one hand, you were like in chats saying one thing and then you DM'd him. You were sweating that you got caught and DM'd him this like really long like cringe apology and then posted it for some reason, which just like made you look like kind of snaky and shifty, right? And isn't that the reason you got demodded? What have I done that is shifty?
I'm not saying that.
I'm saying that.
All right, that's your joke. Well, I'm not saying that.
But it just seems
shitty YouTuber,
odd to me.
Yes, but...
It just seems odd to me that because clearly, like, well, I just presume that the person you were talking about was Nick. It just seems odd that you would take it upon yourself to tell a mutual friend.
Do you think it would? First of all, I was done with him at the time. He just didn't know that I made a federal case of it. Do you think?
Nobody's asking you to go public about it. Nobody's asking you to make a federal case of it. But we've had good conversations amongst each other, right? And you know, I considered you an acquaintance at least, right? And no, like nobody is asking you to publicly tweet out that you're burning the bridge. But at the very fucking least, you could have sent me a DM.
I think it's kind of shady to warn somebody about your concerns, and it's not like Nick wasn't aware of them.
I think obviously you're.
Oh shit! What does that mean, Tommy? What does that mean? Apparently Nick has a problem too with me. I didn't hear about that. I doubt it. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. I'm just surrounded by snakes. I'm just constantly surrounded by snakes. I don't think Deorio is a snake, to be clear. I think Tommy's invoking his name to lend credence to the things he's saying.
Bring your concerns to the others. And I suppose the reason I wanted to question you on this is because your phrasing was, I told him not to talk to you. And
right, I get that. Why can't Hellbent
that was a little longer than 7 minutes, but I appreciate those who stayed with me. Let's get back into this.
If you, not a single chat. Okay, I'm not even looking at the viewership. I'm hoping, I'm hoping that not everyone left. Type some stuff in chat so the chat doesn't look empty when I come back. All right, here we go. Bro, you gonna get lung cancer. I'm just built different. Listen, I heard if you quit before you're 35, you still have a higher risk of lung cancer, but apparently your lungs can at least partially recover, if not fully recover from the damages. Aiden, can you say hi to Chronic? He wants to be let back into your Discord. I don't know if you'd really vibe with the culture, man. Wait, why did QQ timeout? Okay, the mods are having like an internal war. What the fuck is going on, dude? Okay, now there's like an internal war for my your Janny. Okay, so just quick PSA. Yeah, I have a Discord. I at first like to be lax, but yeah, I'm trying to like create a certain culture. And if you're just like spamming the fucking hard R or saying the hard R or like the F slur or whatever, yeah, it's probably not gonna fly, right? We have explicit rules for the server, and like don't like say some shit like that and then wonder why you like start being like the Jannies suck. Why was I timed out? Why was that post deleted? It's like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Can you get to the content, please? Actually, for 30 seconds, just because you said that, I'm going to keep talking about this. Yes, but we do have rules. There is shit happening. You miss Nick bragging bodaciously about you not being able to go to the... This fucking guy, man. I just get snaked. Okay, just snakes. Snakes in the grass. Snakes in the grass, man. How did our viewership go up while I was gone? What the fuck? It's in the chat? Wait, he put it in chat while I was gone? Dude, fuck this guy. What a snake, bro. What a fucking snake. I missed it. In the chat, scroll up. Yo, thank you, Something Planet, for the $2. Thanks for being my work shift streamer. No problem, man. Much appreciated. With the $2. Hold on, let me... That puts us 4 away from goal, people. If we hit goal, I'll do something. Okay, I can't fucking find it. Maybe someone deleted it. I don't know. All right. Well, with that being said, we're going to take a moment to cover my favorite person on Earth, aristocracy. Now, people think that from an outside perspective, everyone who like, I have no problem. People are going to say I'm self-hating over this. No, I think like if you're a member or if your identity makes you a member of some group, you should give criticism within that group, right? So no, I'm not a self-hating fucking Jew for saying this, right? But I do think that there is like maybe some generational anxiety that's created in this. Listen, there's a culture where, first of all, a lot of the religion revolves around. I've never practiced the religion, but I know a lot of the religion revolves around previous instances of persecution. Then you have things like the Holocaust, Spanish Inquisition, pogroms, etc., etc. But as a result of that, you get this culture of like anxiety and fear or whatever. And I think that is like currently manifested itself into some people just being, I don't know, like I think there's just like totally unnecessary anxiety right now that just, it shouldn't exist. Like at the end of the day, if you are a Jewish person living in the United States or Canada or England or wherever, no, I don't think you have a reason to be more scared than the general population. Okay, they like to cite to how these campus protests make students feel unsafe. I've walked right through these protests. There were Jewish people leading some of these protests, right? So no, your fears are not legitimate over things like that. Your fears are not legitimate that it's going to be like 1930s Germany or whatever the fuck. No, none of your fears relating to this are not legitimate. You're totally safe right now in the West by far, or at least not in a way that puts you more at risk than others. I'm sure there are instances of anti-Semitic attacks, more particularly amongst people who are visibly Jewish, like the Haredi community or whatever. But other than that, no, you don't have a reason to be more scared than anyone else. Yeah, it depends on the university. I can't think of a university where like the protests in and of themselves were violent. Maybe there was an act where an individual brawl occurred, but any instance I've seen of purported violence was either like somebody accidentally getting poked in the eye with a flagpole, and if it was intentional, it came in the form of people who were wearing the Israeli flag representing a political position, walking through a group with an opposing political position, and if a conflict broke out as a result of that, or even an attack, physical attacks are not justified because someone disagrees with you, but if it did happen in that instance, it was happening by virtue of the political position that that person was taking, as opposed to an immutable characteristic like their ethnicity or something like religion. Okay? Anti-Semitism is an attack on somebody by virtue of the fact that they are ethnically or religiously Jewish. Criticism of the notion of Jewish nationalism, Jewish nation state like Zionism, criticism of that state's actions, or even outright fucking hatred of that state, its actions, or the idea of that state's existence is not anti-Semitic. Okay? I'm pretty sure if like the Kurds were to take a part of Iraq tomorrow or a part of Turkey, right? And I'm not super familiar on it, so I know they have like their own commune or whatever. But if they did that, right, there could genuinely be members of the Arab populace or the Turkish populace or some other group that don't hate Kurdish people because they're Kurdish, but don't like that they've taken their territory. Okay, that wouldn't be anti-Kurdish. You're just anti-Kurdistan. And if you disagree with that, disagree with it. Say, I don't agree with why you're anti-Kurdistan. I don't agree with why you're anti-Israel. But don't do the performative, what you're doing is equivalent to some sort of racial or religious bigotry, because it's not. Okay, it just isn't. But anyways, aristocracy is one of the people who's like super fucking neurotic about this. I can't feel safe in Canada anymore. No, I haven't been to Canada recently, or ever actually. But I'm pretty sure Canada, in terms of religious tolerance, is like comparable to the United States, if not like better than the United States when it comes to religious tolerance. I know there's a super big Sikh community in Canada that has flourished, and if people there were like religiously intolerant or ethnically intolerant, and I'm sure some are, I just don't know if that would be allowed or happening. But let me go pull this up. I know some of you are Canadian. What the fuck? I've blocked Aiden. I didn't hide your fucking what is... I'm done. He just left the server for no fucking reason. DM me about it. That it had nothing to do with me. And then had his unrelated post hidden on the Twitter community, not by me, but by someone else, and now it's my fucking fault. Why, like, is the notion that I don't make every moderation decision, or even most moderation decisions in my community on a personal level, why is that notion, like, so insane to some people? People will, like, this ZV person will be like, why'd you time me out? And it was, like, from the previous night, while I was, like, asleep. And someone else timed them out. This was a while ago. I haven't heard from CV in a while. What did Ali Khan post that led to this response? Okay. Okay, this Ali Khan posts about an unrelated topic, like Mr. Beast. I'm talking about CV, not ZV. I'm talking about CV. Okay, I say those two letters very similar. I'm talking about CV, the Australian woman, not the British guy with the bad microphone. So this is like an unrelated post, and then I'm done. I'm not coming back about the community. And then it's a heartbreak emoji. I've blocked Aiden, and then everyone wants to be like treated like the fucking Queen of England when they leave. People will be like, I'm leaving Aiden and the server, and then I like be like, okay. And then like I've literally had 2 people get upset by that. One of them being a mod that like crashed out and fucked with my server. I'm done. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm departing. And they want a fucking red carpet rolled out. If you want to leave, I'm not stopping you. But why am I being blocked? What did I do wrong here? Like, holy fuck. But anyways, back on topic. So Aristocracy is one of these streamers that's just like said some really stupid shit. By the way, folks, as always, we're 4 donos away from goal. Help us hit goal. Help me justify this to my family who thinks I'm a failure and streaming isn't a real... Okay, they don't actually think that. But shill up, and if you can't, make sure to clip like hell, post in the community, like up, sub up.
The joke that I heard Friday night was...
JN Jewish neurosis on display. Okay, I disavow that. I will say, right, the basis yes, there does seem to be some sort of like predisposition for anxiety within the Jewish community, and that's probably rooted in like a history of persecution and what you're taught growing up, etc., etc. And I guess that's called Jewish neurosis or whatever the fuck. I don't know if that's the best term. But the trend, I'll tell you, it's real. Okay, there is a real trend of this like crazy anxiety. And honestly, I think that's what like most of the support, because people who are taught from like childhood that like everyone wants to persecute us. This is the only state where we can be safe. So I think that's why there's like such a strong link. This was especially in the post-Holocaust era, why there is such a strong link. Like Jews have a need to defend Israel or whatever the fuck. I don't think that's valid, to be clear. And I don't think that gives you an excuse to like support the insane shit that Israel does. But
the joke that I heard Friday night was they were so grateful that their neighbor, their Jewish neighbor, was not a Zionist, because otherwise they would be trying to steal their water and their land. Everyone laughed at that. Mentioned literally Jewish neighbor. So yeah. Do you know what it was like to watch hostages, friends of my...
Okay, so yes, Jews are overwhelmingly Zionist, right? So I think it is wrong if you're just going to assume that because someone is Jewish, they're a Zionist. But I don't think you're anti-Semitic for it. You're just generalizing, and that generalization is like based in like overwhelming statistical data. Albeit, I will say this about like claims by like the ADL that 90% of Jews are Zionists. I don't think that's true. The reason being, who's defined as Jewish is like super convenient for Zionists, right? When it comes to the law of return in Israel, just so that those of you that know, Judaism is an ethnicity and a religion, right? It's an ethno-religion. But when it comes to the law of return to get citizenship into Israel, they define you as Jewish if you're ethnically Jewish. If some of your grandparents, if your mother if your mother is an ethnic Jew or whatever, right? I'm pretty sure you're welcome under the law of return, regardless of if you're an atheist or not. But then, when it comes to the state of Israel, I'll notice on Twitter when like a Jew comes out with an anti-Zionist position, people will be like, they're not actually Jewish. You have to be Zionist to be Jewish. So on one hand, it's like it's a immutable ethnicity, and then on the other, your political position to some, especially Zionists, determines if you're Jewish or not. They like to kind of selectively use this. Isn't at Aiden Underground, isn't that technically Zionism at the moment? Because anyone who doesn't want Israel wiped out is called a Zionist. I think Zionism has like more of a like the initial formal usage was the establishment of an Israeli of a Jewish state in the Levant, but now it's kind of evolved into people with a certain political orientation or leaning on this issue. So there's a new colloquial usage, but typically if somebody's outright identifying themselves as a Zionist, they have like some pretty abhorrent beliefs. I don't think that there should be a Jewish ethno state in the Levant. No. I think I think that's like not a great thing to believe or want.
Family members and stuff on videos like around.
Law of return doesn't stipulate matrilineal ethnicity can be through the father. Okay, got it. So that's even more, adding more credence to my point, right? You can be granted return on an ethnic basis regardless of. That's actually also no. Wait, that's not true. That's not true because you can be a Jewish atheist and be accepted under the law of return. But there was a case with a ethnic Jew that became a priest or something in the Catholic Church from Poland that tried to return to Israel, and then the courts didn't consider him Jewish. But okay, it's a little weird how they do it. That's what I said
AIDS
again.
gang represent,
it's an ethnicity.
okay?
It's an ethnicity whether or not it's convenient. I'm gonna create peace for you all. Augie and Connor are gay. Nick is fat. Tommy and Boblox are crippled. Chud is balding. Queeman is a pedophile. Parry is a pedophile. Ethan and Hassan competing. Who's a better terrorist? And Aiden, you are a eunuch. World's so true, man. So true. Appreciate the $3. You want it wiped out? No, I don't. When you say wiped out, like bombed or whatever, like just have it completely bombed off the map? No. Do I want the massive amounts of civilians to die or any to die? No. I just want the dissolution of the state. In theory, right? I agree pragmatically that would be disastrous to happen overnight. I think like a two-state solution would be a good transitionary phase where we could minimize the civilian death toll, and then theoretically a secular state existing in the Levant would be the ideal outcome. I know that's not happening right now, though.
Being stored in areas with bags that have labels on organizations I'd raised money for. That's gonna
small amounts of no. I don't want small amounts of civilians to die at all. I don't want any civilians to die. If there's military action involved, you're always gonna have civilian. If it's like a full-blown military operation, you're probably always gonna have some civilians that die. But ideally, if I could snap my fingers, it would be none.
That fucked with me. So but I need to get out. I need to get out of my situation. It's not good. It's really bad, you know, so I don't have much of a choice. And I can't, people are like, oh.
Okay, so this fucking stupid bitch is saying that the neighbor, somebody made a joke that their neighbor, if their neighbor was a Zionist, they would be stealing from them or something. Okay, so if the joke because they know this person's Jewish, according to aristocracy, they even mentioned it. So now that if the person is a Zionist, they'd be stealing from them, but they're glad that they're not, then the trait that leads them believing that theft will occur is the trait of Zionism, a political position, not their Judaism. Right? They're glad that their neighbor is there. Their neighbor is a Jew. So the determinant factor is the Zionist political position.
Like leave Canada. It's like, where do you want me to go? My other options, like, first of all, I can't go to America. So the only other option really be like is moving to Israel. And
how would you be more safe? The argument is Israel's the only safe place for Jews, yet simultaneously I see posts all the time. Israel is being destroyed by rockets. We're under rocket fire. We're unsafe. This is why the continued military action in Gaza needs to happen with no like quantified or achievable goal, just like civilians dying every day. We need this to happen because we're unsafe otherwise. How is Israel your safe solution here? If anything, Israel seems like the most unsafe place on earth to live as a Jewish person. To live as a Jewish person by virtue of the fact you're Jewish. Now, if you're living in like some like famine ravaged country, like yeah, you'll be unsafe. But I'm saying like unsafe because you're Jewish, not. Hold on. What am I saying here? Obviously, she should flee to America, the true promised land of God. True.
while that's tempting, I don't know if I want to go without my parents, right? And my parents might come, to be honest. My parents just had almost pogrom in their neighborhood 2 weeks ago. And my mom had...
Doesn't this person live in Canada? Where was there have there been any pogroms that have happened in Canada or near pogroms recently? One lineage of my family came to the United States to escape pogroms in the 1800s in the Russian Empire. The pogroms that were happening there resulted in like 200 civilians dying, houses destroyed, shops destroyed, people pulled from their homes and having the absolute shit beaten out of them. Like that's a pogrom. At that point, it's like, okay, yeah, you should probably leave. If like you have a right to feel unsafe. If this is happening in your small village, people are being ripped from their homes and having the shit beaten out of them, and like the leader of the Tsar or whatever has seemingly like been very light on doing anything about this. And on the other hand, the Tsar has in some cases actively stood by and encouraged some of these things.
Not believing anti-Semitism was a real thing anymore and stuff, and like. Now she was like horrified, and now she's like, maybe we should go back. Yeah, it's fucking hell on earth. That's my life right now. Like,
this is such a privileged fucking position. This is honestly such a privileged position to be speaking from. Okay? Like in America and Canada, Jews have thrived. Okay? Jews have absolutely thrived. In America, they're one of the highest earning ethnic groups per capita. They thrived in certain industry, and I'm not saying that it's through manipulation or whatever. No, there were genuine fields that Jews kind of pioneered and excelled at. A good example would be like the film industry. When they got barred from the New Jersey film industry and moved to the West Coast, that ended up outdoing the New Jersey film industry. So if you were a Jew in the Western world, you're more than likely living in considerably good conditions. So this is coming from such a place of fucking privilege. It's like unreal.
Like right now, literally this second, I'm negotiating for an apartment. People will be like, "Oh, this person was."
I'm negotiating for. It's like trying to flee from the Third Reich, dude. What are you talking about? You have all the time in the world.
Canceled because they were critical of Israel. It's like, you know what critical of Israel meant? It meant literally denying the rapes of Israeli women. That's not critical. Okay, that's not critical of the government of Israel. Okay, that's called being a bigot and an asshole. So people need to stop taking sides so much and criticize everything that needs criticism. Yeah, I have a side 100% because I'm Israeli, right? Because
I think even these people's positions would be virtually unchanged, even if they acknowledge that individual members of Hamas had committed rape, which is there were probably instances of sexual violence from individual members of Hamas. And I'm skinwalking Queeman on this claim, but I've looked into it and it just seems accurate that Hamas as an organization was not systemically ordering rape or sexual assault, right? But their grievance with Israel, like they would still be out protesting even if they acknowledged that that doesn't really change anything fundamentally about the movement. I'm sure there are people that deny any instance of sexual violence in this case, but I just don't see that from like the majority of the crowd.
Because at the end of the day,
and I don't think even if they did, they would be misguided but not bigoted, and that doesn't make you unsafe in any meaningful capacity.
I don't want my family to get killed, but I don't expect anyone else to.
Your family, you don't want your family to get killed.
Gotta make that necklace. Yeah. Okay. So so the way I operate in Toronto is I'm on what I call this is the real historical term from Portugal, right? Is I am a crypto Jew.
It's not, it was from Spain and Portugal. The term is converso, right? Or no, a Marrano, which has negative connotations. It was, Jews were in Spain, to avoid, I think it was the Alhambra decree or one of the other orders, they had to convert to Catholicism, and some Jews practiced in private while publicly maintaining their Catholic identity. I don't know how you're a fucking converso here.
In the city, so I wear a ring that says Hebrew and no one else understands what it says. And
wait, if you're wearing a ring with a Hebrew inscription on it, you're clearly not attempting to hide your identity. I don't think that's really happening, right? Because also you have a ring with a Hebrew inscription. I know there are some people that like, I'm sure some religious fucking Christian or whatever could have something in Hebrew or whatever, but it's not like they would need to see what's written on it to make the assumption that you're Jewish.
And I also have I have a Jewish Star bracelet that I'll like wear underneath my sweaters or something like that.
Well, if you were that scared where you were trying to hide your identity, why would you wear that bracelet at all? Why would you ever wear that? Why would you wear that bracelet at all if you genuinely believed that if people knew you were Jewish, your life would be put at risk? Why would you even have that on your person? Do you think like fucking people who were crypto Jews during the Inquisition were not like secretly wearing stars of David which could easily be revealed by authorities or whatever? That it was in the practice of their homes, and sometimes they didn't even feel safe enough doing it there, right? You obviously don't feel that unsafe if you're wearing these things. I'm sorry.
But I hide it. I hide it because I know someone who on their way to university 2-3 weeks ago, they're on the subway and they're on the subway in Toronto. He's wearing a Jewish star, just a normal Jew. Nothing Israeli on his shirt. Not that would justify it either. And he's just walking around. And this very religious Muslim guy kind of comes up to him and just starts praying right in front of him. It's like, okay, whatever. I guess there's a lot of religious people in Toronto, have fun. And then he starts looking at his, the Jewish star, and then he starts yelling about the gods and children, right in like the guy I know's face. And he just starts yelling him, and then he starts chasing him down the cart, and the guy's like running, and eventually the guy finds these Brazilian soccer players that defend him. Thank God for Brazil.
This definitely happened. This definitely happened as it was told. I'm sure. I'm sure. That's totally how this happened. Such a real story. Hey, I heard you saw I came by when you were gone. I was just wondering if you heard the VidCon story. I've heard the details of it. I'm not quite sure yet. If you want to call in or DM me the story, I would love to. Or if you talked about it on stream, did you talk about? I've heard. Essentially, my understanding is that Happy Pride. Tipster keeps wishing me a happy Pride Month. What's going on here? My understanding is that you were at a party and you were approached by the Boblax group, Ghost Scum, Oki's Weird Stories, that whole group, and they asked you if you wanted Boblax dead. Now I don't know how they asked you. That was in a joking way. I'm not sure. I was at the beginning of stream. Why is Tipster projecting on me, man? Why is Tipster projecting on me? What's happening, man? Point blank serious. That's such a gay thing to do at a fucking. That's such a gay thing to do at a party. That's like how you just ruin your chances of getting invited to any. There's an unspoken rule, by the way, at these things. You don't really talk about drama. Deorio and Technicals, I was in a room with the two of them, and there was obviously still I could tell maybe I'm being schizo or whatever, but I could obviously tell there was still some kind of tension there, but it wasn't overt, and they actually laughed together and got along. Fuck, voice crack, fairly well. They didn't in a way that would cause argument address any serious drama. Somebody might have made a joke about a drama they had, but in I think the most hostile or potentially hostile exchange I saw in that moment was maybe between Technicals and Stardust, but I don't know if I was misreading it. But there's an unspoken rule because people are there to have a good time, and if you're going and just bring up drama and shit, especially when people are fucking. I wasn't intoxicated, but I would imagine Deorio was because he's a fucking alcoholic. Especially if somebody is intoxicated or whatever, they're not gonna argue with you, debate you in the moment. Queenman was jokingly telling me I should wait for Deorio to get drunk, pull out my phone, and start debating him on Tommy C and record it. Is that Technicals? small talk. Oh no, that's Stardust, not Technicals. I walked in and I was like, "You're fucking yeah." I don't. What was the deal with that? The two of you had some fucking tension there. I don't know what was going on. And then I think at one point, like, I couldn't tell if it was a joke or not. I feel like at one point he just like clapped back at you. Yeah, that was like the most fucking awkward moment.
Brazilian soccer players, the true Jew defenders.
Why did you? That's such a stupid decision to change your fucking name. By the way, it's like a really bad choice.
That was a crazy situation. So yeah, it's wild, man. So yeah, I'm not gonna wear my star. My dad's like, "Oh, you should be proud. You should be proud. You should wear your star." It's like
I don't remember him clapping. I don't remember exactly what he said. I feel like he did.
Okay, I'm not gonna be proud after I'm dead. So no, I'm gonna cover it up. Hey, every Jew here who is willing to be totally out and proud, good. I admire you. I admire your bravery. You know, all of that kind of stuff. But you know, I'm fucking afraid of anti-Semites, man. I'm afraid, especially that I feel like they could like rape and murder me, and then they just go.
Oh my god, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you saying? Huh? I am not afraid. I am not afraid of like people who are just like pro-Palestinian out in the streets. And hell, I'm not even afraid if I saw like Fuentes and the Groypers rallying outside right now. I would not be scared of them. I would not worry that there would be some physical threat of violence. Now, occasionally you get lone wolves that are radicalized online and then do commit acts of domestic terrorism. There were 2 instances of synagogue shootings in the United States. And you know, that's like, you know, that should never happen, but that's not your average like person with like with a stupid belief system. That's a very specific class of these people. That's not me saying they're good for what they believe in, but I don't think you're like physically at risk by their mere presence. Hell, I could, if you put me in a room right now with Hitler himself, I would not be scared for my, now if Hitler was in charge, I'd be scared for my safety, but if I was just in a room, I don't think he would be physically violent himself. A lot of these people are like on a personal level, like cowards, or if they aren't, like they realize they're not going to achieve anything by hurting you. Like where they're dangerous is in positions of major power or influence. But like on an individual level, no, your physical safety is not being jeopardized. But that's not even the types you're encountering. You're encountering like pro-Palestinian protesters.
Tweet and be like, "Oh, I just raped and murdered a Zionist." And then everyone would love them. There has been like...
That would not happen. Somebody literally made a tweet saying, okay, this tweet did get a lot of support to be fair, but it was really funny, so I liked it. But someone's like, is it ethical to rape Netanyahu or something? And even like these like some of the pro-Palestine people from like the Stan communities or whatever were coming in being like, rape is never okay or some shit.
Like this mass exodus from a lot of leftist spaces. Oh my god, just imagine how shitty it is for gay Jews. Go on the subreddit gay Jews, okay? And like listen to their stories. It's awful.
What is she talking about?
And they're all voting.
Oh, playing into the common trope. If you were gay and you lived around Arabs, you'd be thrown off a building or some shit. Like playing into that trope to like justify what's happening. I don't know if that's what she's doing here, but whether it be consciously or subconsciously, but I feel like honestly, you'd be more likely to be attacked on the basis that you're gay than Jewish. Whoa, fuck.
Conservative. Because it's like, even like my trans Jewish friends, like they would rather lose some of their trans rights and vote conservative than like have literal pogroms in their neighborhood.
Okay, pogroms are not happening in Canada. There is nowhere in Canada where a pogrom is happening.
And their family, like, destroyed. Like, there's priorities. It's so sad to see that there's still so much anti-Semitism in the world today. Yeah, for sure.
Do you know who's a big contributor to that? I'm not saying anti-Semitism is ever justified, okay? But do you know who's, by far, the largest contributors to the existence of anti-Semitism is Israel, people who are speaking on behalf of Israel in foreign countries, like Israeli advocates and the ADL. They're some of the biggest causes for if there is a rise in anti-Semitism, because they are attempting to link a nation state to an ethnicity and religion. They're saying we are the representatives of the Jewish people. We are the state of the Jewish people. And by linking those two things together, they're making it risky for Jews living in the diaspora. If not risky, but if any risk that does exist, they're making it greater for Jews living in the diaspora.
Sure. But you know what? This is what
I'm deaf, not in waiting. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, good one.
Hello, I'm Stardust.
Okay, disavow. I fell for that. That's my bad.
the original Zionists predicted, that there would be times when that there's a cycle of Jew hatred, right? If you read the original Zionist literature, it's that Jews will do very badly, and the world loves dead Jews. Like when Jews die,
it's not funny. It's actually not funny. No, it is not funny to just like, if you don't like Stardust takes and think she's a fucking moron, call her a moron in the chat. Like, you don't need to go after her fucking wherever the fuck she's from or her family's from.
then they're like, "Oh, we feel bad for you." And then when Jews recover,
you're gonna get timed out in chat. I'm just gonna say it, right? I had the same policy for Muda. I had the same policy whenever I would bring if I had a black person up on screen. Like, you can go after people for their beliefs, call them retarded. You can go after people for being fat. You go after people for being ugly, dysgenic. But if you're only going after somebody by virtue of like their ethnic identity, you're probably gonna be timed out. Sorry, man.
And they start doing well. The minute they start doing well, jealousy forms, and then they become like, I would say before.
I'm soy and I'm proud, Queen Man.
4 or 5 years ago, it was almost a golden age of Jews in America and Canada and the West, like a golden age, to the point where we were almost being treated like we were white. Diogenes, thank you so much. It was almost a golden age of like, "Oh, we feel bad for you." And then when Jews recover and they start doing well, the minute they start doing well, jealousy forms, and then they become like, I would say before 5 years ago, it was almost a golden age of Jews in America and Canada and the West, like a golden age, to the point where we were almost being treated like we were white. Diogenes.
If you're Ashkenazi, which I assume she is, you are treated like you're white. I mean, maybe if somebody has like anti-Semitic sentiment and you explicitly announce that you're Jewish, a lot of like genuine anti-Semitism occurs on a group level, but like as an individual, I don't know how much that would like persist in your like day-to-day interactions. Even like the anti-Semites have like the Jew they like, their token Jew or whatever the fuck. But if you're Ashkenazi, I know there's cope from both Jews themselves and white supremacists, but ultimately, yeah, if you're Ashkenazi, you are white. Like, you're socially perceived as such, and unless you're like stipulating some other aspect of your identity, you're typically treated as a member of the in-group and receive the benefits of that. I don't know what Queeman said.
Janice, thank you so much for subscribing, but
Aiden has always been soy. He's at least I am, right? I'm not like Dickers, or I'm saying I don't like that. Just like appease the chat. I have certain beliefs that persist publicly and privately.
You just broke the rules. You broke the rules. I'll have to pay the Timmy.
If you think those beliefs are soy, fine, but they are my genuine beliefs.
Tax. So, but naturally, when Jews start doing well, we become the perfect, because we're such a minority, there's a bunch of reasons, we become like the perfect scapegoat. And such a good example of this is how like leftists make the Palestine-Israel issue into an everything issue. Now, you can be extremely pro-Palestine and extremely anti-Israel, and that does not mean you're an anti-Semite. I don't believe that at all. Especially if you're connected personally to it, like as like a Palestinian.
Yes, but I highly doubt, like, she's being vague here, but if I was like an Arab man that doesn't think Israel should exist, would she still hold that belief?
Something like, of course, I totally get that. But when you see comments like, "We won't have all rights. No one will have rights until Palestinians have rights," or like the Israel issue is an environmental issue, it's a race issue, it's a gay issue, it's a this.
I mean, it is to be fair, some fringe people are also like, it's a gay issue, whatever, but it is, to be fair, like, yeah, the environmental thing isn't really like the main focus right now, but yeah, I'm pretty sure the bombings have like released like an exceptional amount of fucking carbon into the atmosphere, or greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. I forgot how much it was.
Issue, and that's classic scapegoating just with modern lefty language. But that is what scapegoating is. It is saying that all of these problems are because of this group that just...
All right, I'm resetting the goal. Help us hit goals. Support the channel. Make sure to like up, sub up if you're not already sub. We have 200 watching. So like up. And if you want to help us hit goal, greatly appreciate it. You can help me stay safe from the rapid LA pogroms.
just happens to be the only Jewish state in the world. That...
Wait, we're at 5:53.
Problems are because of this group that just happens to be the only Jewish state in the world. That's right. To tell Palestinians have rights, or like the Israel issue is an environmental issue. It's a race issue.
Yeah, war is really bad for the environment. Never mind that Gaza has been... No, I agree. That's not the main issue. That's why I've never talked about that, because the loss of human life in Gaza is like makes the environmental problem like an issue like that's not really like that relevant right now.
It's a gay issue. It's a this issue, and that's classic scapegoating just with modern lefty language.
I don't particularly like care about the environment specific, like that's just another con of this, but it's not really like the con that I think is worth considering right now. It's probably like the tens of thousands dead.
But that is what scapegoating is. It is saying that all of these problems are because of this group that just happens to be the only Jewish state in the world.
I don't know if I've heard like people from the pro-Palestine movement blaming everything, the facets that she's just mentioned. I'm sure if I talked to a pro-Palestine person, your average one, they could probably say this issue is perpetuated in this circumstance, right? But not this issue globally is not a result of this circumstance. I'm pretty sure that anyone who's bringing up the environmental aspect of the bombings of Gaza wouldn't sit here and fucking say that every release of greenhouse gases, or even most on Earth, are resulting from this. It's just a contributor to a wider issue. That's not scapegoating.
That's like the most classic scapegoating ever. I feel like some people lose their collective minds when it comes to Palestine. And then I walked home. I did my Jew walk of shame home. It feels like it became cool to dunk on Jews a lot in leftist spaces. Oh yeah, for sure.
I've not seen a single lefty that's just dunking on people for being Jewish.
So, and they literally said Jew, not Zionist. So
the example that she just gave at the beginning, the determinant factor for whether or not he's glad that this person is his neighbor is whether they're Zionist or not. And they're not, but they are Jewish, and he's still glad they're his neighbor. So obviously they don't take an issue with someone for being Jewish. So yeah, that's not really like a great example you could give.
That's like the joke was about how lucky they are to meet Jews that aren't Zionists. Like that's like what it was about, which was terrible. Abusing. Toronto's anti-Semitic. I was raised in the North York Jewish community. Did it get really bad? Yes, it did. It did. It got really fucking bad. And it was not like this like 10 years ago. It was not like this 20 years ago. It's gotten crazy. And by crazy, I mean there are shootings multiple times a week at Jewish schools.
Wait, where is this? I'm going to look this up. Shootings multiple times a week at Jewish schools. Toronto Jewish school shooting. Okay, there seems to be one school where somebody has 3 times over the span of how long? Hold on. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Hold on. Okay, so it seems like each case of this happened either at 2:30 a.m. overnight. Okay, so somebody has shot at this school 3 times at night while nobody's there. Obviously, that is threatening. Obviously, that's illegal. Obviously, that shouldn't be fucking happening in any civilized society. But I think that's like indicative of some criminals, like a few criminals. I don't think that she's like presenting it like Jews in Toronto overall are just like unsafe and their lives are being targeted. I mean, even the guys that did this did it at 2:30 a.m. when nobody was there. So they're more trying to send a message, even though it is a bad message and it's retarded and it's wrong and illegal, illegal or whatever. They're obviously trying to send a message, not actually take a life, because then you wouldn't be doing it at 2:30 a.m.
I mean, like literally almost every other day, I'm hearing from a friend of an anti-Semitic incident on the subway, on the street. Just Friday night, I was at an event where the person who was talking was insanely anti-Semitic. And when I say anti-Semitic, I don't mean just anti-Israel. I mean, they literally were talking about Jews. They said the word Jew. They didn't say the word Zionist, okay? And everyone laughed and was like, and I had to walk out.
What did they say? What is the context? Tell us.
I was like, is this 2024? What world am I in? It's crazy. Absolutely wild. But my psycho-ness still wants to live here.
What context? We have no detail. What event were you at where they were saying this? Where was that? What was happening here? You provided us with no detail. I highly doubt the story it happened in the way you said it did. Highly fucking doubt that.
Because I don't really have another option. I can talk about it. I just the problem is I don't know if I want to get that person canceled because I don't really believe in cancel culture. So
I could talk about it. I could give you info that would verify whether or not this happened, but I care a lot about cancel culture.
I don't know if I want to advertise to the whole world what happened.
Hey, so this thing happened. Who did it? And giving a name would actually lead to people be able to verify it or figure out what event it was. But she's not going to say the name. The only thing that would verify this.
That night too. I might say what happened and I'm just not going to say who the person's name is. But it was a comedian thinking that and they were not doing actual comedy. I don't know what that symbol was, by the way. If someone subscribed to my Patreon or something like that. Isn't Drake half Jewish? Yes, he is. So, but we don't claim him. Okay. We don't claim him. But it's fine. But yeah, it was a comedian. It was a comedian that made the comments. But the thing is that I am an old school girl when it comes to humor. I'm a anti-SJW humor girl. I grew up playing video games. I like my really dark, raunchy humor with the most fucked up jokes. I will laugh at a Holocaust joke, okay? I will do that. I have no pride. But so I've never been the person who's gotten offended by comedy before. That's just not me.
Well, I would really to determine that. I would appreciate it if you gave us the context of the joke. You're not giving us any fucking you're not giving us anything that could verify whether or not this actually happened. She is what Tommy C thinks I am. You're very clearly not laid back about this stuff. She literally is what Tommy thinks I am. Can random chat shitters call in? Yeah, if you disagree with me, you're allowed to call in. I don't like to have people on here who are calling in just to agree with me, because it doesn't really make for great content. All right. Well, that happened. I want to cover this Dickers Bobka breakup. Where the fuck is it? Let's check. Where the fuck is this thing? What else do I cover about Erudite? What else do you want me to see about Erudite? Does something else happen? This is... Oh! I'm retarded. This is aristocracy, not Erudite. I didn't realize... I know Erudite is... her name's Aristocracy. If I said I was gonna watch Erudite, I meant Aristocracy. I meant Aristocracy, not Erudite. Sorry. I got their names mixed. I'm sorry, they have stupid names. You got Boing Bingus and Dubus Scoobus 69 mixed up? Yeah, I'm sorry, their names suck. Just use your name, Aristocracy. Well, I know that's a play on well, no, I know that's I know that's a fucking word. What does erudite mean? Aristocracy spoke to Loner about the lawsuit. That sounds like boring as fuck. I want to see her crash out about like anti-Semitism more. Yeah, I know it. I said it's a word. I literally just said I know it's a word. But she spells it weird. It's not with an E. I just said I know it's a word. Did I not just say I know it's a... Yeah, obviously I know it's a fucking word. Retard. Alright, where did this other shit happen? Well, I want to see Aristocracy's tweets. I don't know who they're talking about here. Doesn't SJP have actual ties to terrorist orgs and deny the Holocaust? Okay, what ties does he have to this group? Any other Canadians stuck in Israel? They're acting like they're fucking packing their things and trying to get out of Berlin. Like they have to pay the fucking Reich flight tax. You can... Oh, sorry, fuck, I'm tired. I'm tired. I thought she meant fuck. Wake up. Okay, sorry, fuck. Fuck. I thought she was referring to being Jewish stuck in Canada. I still have that on my mind. Okay, sorry. I'm a little out of it right now. Any other Canadians stuck in Israel? Got it. Hold on, I'm locking in. I'm waking up. Calling Israel the Zionist entity is the definition of cringe. It's not that cringy. I just want my mom home. Oh, or her parents in Israel? Is that why she said... Did Rittenhouse cut the fucking... or did Ryle Kittenhouse cut the context? Yeah, it's reasonable to be worried about your parents if they're in Israel right now. That's fine. Right? They're not in Canada. But if anything, that kind of proves the point that, like, the notion that you need to flee to Israel to be safe is kind of stupid. So her parents... Okay. Did Ryle Kittenhouse cut the context of that? That's retarded. People trying to defend this is hilarious. Once upon a time, it was legal to steal from a successful Jew. But Ethan lives in 2025 America. Okay, so America is safe for Jews? The fact that the Ayatollah targeted the Diamond Exchange building is just showing how deep their anti-Semitism. This strike has no strategic impact, but beyond the chaotic image for the media, it symbolizes tropes that are deeply... What? Wait, does this guy think that... What? Does this guy think that... I'm sorry. So you mean to tell me that this guy... I'm sorry. Aristocracy, don't clip this. Don't clip this, Aristocracy. Please don't clip this. You think that Iran does not have infinite rockets, right? And they have an even more limited amount of rockets that can actually, like, penetrate the Iron Dome, right? I think their tactic is to fire like a salvo of rockets at the Iron Dome because Israel has like a limited number of rocket interceptors, and while those interceptors are intercepting the slower rockets, they have a modern rocket that then shoots in, and then in the, like the videos you've seen of it hitting downtown Tel Aviv. But it looks like the spot the rocket actually hit in downtown Tel Aviv was where an interceptor was fired from. So it looks like they're overwhelming the dome and then using a missile to come in and take out the interceptor, right? Or the missile interception systems. Now, the thing is, right? Israel seems to put these missile interception like systems everywhere, which would make sense for a defense system. But if you're trying to remove your opponent's defensive capabilities, it would totally make sense. That wouldn't that be like a valid military target? No, Iran's attacks have been more coordinated than you'd think. Because one of the spots they specifically targeted was like the location of a rocket interceptor where it was fired from as a part of the Iron Dome. This is like a plan to get past the Iron Dome. That's what I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's like their game plan, how they're overwhelming the Iron Dome. But where did it... The Diamond District. I want to read about this. Or the Diamond Exchange Building. Wait. Okay, so what I'm reading is they struck the Diamond Exchange District, which would have a major effect on Israeli markets. They struck the Diamond Exchange District, which I don't know if they were firing at an interceptor, or maybe they were just firing at fucking civilians. I don't think that right now for them in Iran's position, I don't think they would be wasting rockets on targeting civilians, right? And it would just make them look fucking bad. Not that they really care about looking bad, to be fair. I'm giving them too much credit here. I obviously don't like the Iranian government, but it seems like the Diamond District was like a key economic target. Wait, hold on. All right, wait, never mind. Now he's gonna read a whole article in silence. So I didn't read a whole article. I just read a piece of information. Ceasefire is in effect. Hopefully no more rockets. Well, let's get to that. I want to read about the initial strike. I didn't watch it on stream, or we'll watch something. So 2 days ago, the U.S. essentially the talking point was Iran is close to nuclear capabilities, a fact that has been repeatedly reiterated, and Israel apparently wanted to target a uranium enrichment site or whatever to prevent them from reaching those nuclear capabilities, because as Netanyahu says, Iran cannot have a nuke, which he's like said that exact line for like 15 years. I don't even fucking know. But anyways, to target Israel did not have a bomb, allegedly. I'm reiterating their narrative here, that could penetrate the mountain or land that this underground facility was in. The United States had a plane and bomb that was capable of penetrating that. So Israel wanted the United States to just drop. They said, just drop this bomb and get out of it, and we'll get rid of their nuclear capabilities. That's never been their plan. Okay, they do want the U.S. to enter the war. Let's be clear. And I don't even know if I believe the estimates of how close Iran is to nuclear capabilities, because they've been saying this for like so many fucking years. And even if Iran did get a nuke, I'm telling you, I wouldn't be scared. I don't like Iran. I said this before. I think they have like a tyrannical regime in charge. But I think as long as their opponents have nukes, Iran would never actually launch a nuke. I doubt it. I highly fucking doubt it. Iran is like mostly talk, to be fair. And in this case, they're not with Israel. But when it came to like the U.S., they're like, we'll give you something you'll never forget or something. Like they make these very ominous threats or messages, and then it's just like 5 rockets fired at a base in Qatar that you're warned in advance are coming.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the news at 10. I'm Rick Chambers.
And I'm Green Winter.
I don't know why I'm. This just looks like the least likely news station to strike me.
Escalation that could spark all-out war in the Middle East. The United States has dramatically entered Israel's war against Iran.
Yeah, American jets bombed 3 nuclear sites over in the Islamic Republic. One of those sites was the infamous mountain facility at Fordo, a major uranium enrichment center, hundreds of feet underground. And in a speech to the nation, as you heard, President Trump said that all of the sites were, quote, completely and totally obliterated.
We have live team coverage tonight.
Yeah, so these were 3 sites that were allegedly crucial to Iranian nuclear capability.
KTLA Sarah Welsh is getting a local reaction to the strikes, but first to Rachel Menitoff now from the KTLA News Center with details of the military action. Rachel.
Karine, Rick, good evening to you both. President Trump said tonight if peace doesn't come quickly, he will go after additional targets in the region, saying most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. He also praised the U.S. military as the only one.
I don't think Israel wants to, I don't think Israel wants to annex Iran. That's not their intent. Israel wants to be the dominant power in the Middle East. That's what it just looks like here, right? The most hostile forces to Israel in the Middle East, as Netanyahu had continuously reiterated, wasn't it like Iraq, under Saddam, the Palestinian Authority or whatever at the time, and Iran, right? And for the most part, he said this historically, for the most part, the PLO was just totally neutralized. Saddam fell in Iraq. And Iran has been like kind of even like Hamas today or Hezbollah, these kind of exist at the capabilities they do because of Iran. So if Israel can change authority in Iran to one that is like subservient or non-hostile to them, they can get rid of their other major foes in the region and kind of be the dominant power there. Because look, you have Syria, which was hostile under Assad's leadership. They overthrew Assad, and now they have this like transitionary regime in charge or whatever that doesn't really seem that hostile to Israel. And Israel apparently might have had some involvement in the uprising or revolution or whatever the fuck. Israel wants the Ayatollah dead. Yeah, they want the Ayatollah dead, and they'd love to have the Shah's son back in charge because he seems to basically be a puppet of theirs.
In the world to be able to do what was done tonight.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
President Trump addressing his decision to strike 3 of Iran's nuclear sites to prevent the country from building a nuclear bomb. He said,
in terms of achieving the goals they wanted to achieve, they were a success. But a success, like, in the sense of, like, yeah, what we wanted to do, we did it. Yeah, it was successful, right? Because didn't the U.S., they flew B-2s over the Pacific and made the Iranians think they were coming from, well, Iran's east, right? But then they actually came in from the west of Iran with other B-2s and dropped these bombs. So it worked. But this is like for Israeli benefit. Let's just be clear.
Says Iran has repeatedly threatened to destroy Israel and says the U.S. completely obliterated its key nuclear enrichment centers, including the heavily fortified Fordo.
And by the way, people use the cope. There are problem too. Look at these like clips from like 2009 of them shouting death to America or whatever the fuck. The hostility, as I said a million fucking times, I need to reiterate it. I don't like Iran. I don't play defense for Iran. But majority, if not all, of the hostility that Iran has shown us is a result of our relationship with Israel. So they are our problem so long as we support Israeli military decision or Israeli military operations and support Israeli interests in the region. So they are Israel saying get involved because they're your problem too, but they are our problem by result of our association with them. They realistically don't really serve any threat to us. Why do you like Iran? Yeah, dude, clearly fucking. Somebody accused me that it was so stupid. Somebody accused me of being an Islamophobe the other day because I said, like, oh yeah, I just don't support like religious governance or whatever in like in the region, right? I don't like the idea of Muslim governance. And I don't like the idea of Christian governance. I don't like the idea of Jewish governance. I like secular, non-religious governance. Right? That's just like a universal policy I have. That's not really a big deal.
Facility located 300 feet below the surface of the ground. The bomb used is tens of thousands of pounds and requires a special jet to deploy the weapon, equipment that only the U.S. possesses. More than a week ago, Israel launched a surprise attack on Iranian sites, and the country retaliated with a series of missile and drone strikes on Israeli infrastructure.
Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks.
I mean, that's kind of Israel, to be fair. You want to talk about the bully of the Middle? They've had foreign involvement in almost every Middle Eastern nation. Sometimes killing officials, outright changing the regimes, people in charge. They've what was it? When fucking what's his face? When and this wasn't just Israel. This was England and France. Right? Nasser wanted to shut down the Suez or stop Israeli ships from going through the Suez, and they invaded and acquired some. Inevitably, they got like compliance. They've now made Egypt neutral towards them, if not outright friendly. They've done the same with Saudi Arabia. They've done the same with. Well, actually, to be fair, Israeli relations with Saudi Arabia is probably due to just like a mutual hatred of Iran right now. But they've like historically hostile nations. They've done regime change or neutralized them completely.
Tax would be far greater and a lot easier.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked President Trump and says this is the potential to usher in a new era of prosperity and peace in the Middle East.
Didn't he literally say the same fucking thing? Didn't he say the same? Wait, hold on. He said like it's like a repeat. Didn't he say the exact same thing for the Iraq War? Where is it? Why is it not fucking loading? I guess it just doesn't want to load. Egypt and Saudi Arabia just had to do with the benefits that come from oh yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Don't we give a fuck ton of money to Egypt and like their military expenses? I think Egypt has like the largest army in Africa. But don't we like give them a fuck ton of money, like hinging on their support for Israel? Why can't I fucking hear anything? There's no audio?
Reverberations.
Oh, there we go. The beginning, I guess, is silent.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
What is he saying here?
This is the potential to usher in a new era of prosperity and peace in the Middle East.
Oh, it's not the exact same thing.
And I think that people sitting right next door in Iran, young people, and many others will say, the time of...
Dude, is it just like the way he's breathing through his mouth, like very heavily, like constantly? It really makes me angry.
Such regimes of such despots is gone. There is a new way.
Like besides like the genocide part or whatever, like and being like a right-wing ultranationalist, like the breathing through his mouth. Dude.
Something new is happening.
Like he takes an inhale in between each word. Like that, bro.
Speculation on your part, or you have some evidence to that effect?
I was asked the same question in 1986. I had written a book in which I had said that the way to deal with terrorist regimes, well, with terror, was to deal with the terrorist regimes. And the way to deal with the terrorist regimes, among other things, was to apply military force against them.
The way we did in
So he doesn't have any evidence. Do you have evidence? Hey, I think we need to get rid of these. If we get rid of these regimes, it will be very good and have positive effects in the region. Do you have any evidence of that? Yeah, well, I wrote in a book once that it will have positive effects in the region if we get rid of terrorist regimes.
America has been truly unsurpassed.
Officials in California and New York say they're monitoring the situation for any potential
Dude, the NYPD is heavily monitoring the situation.
domestic impacts. Governor Gavin Newsom writes, there's no specific or credible threat we are aware of at this time, but he urges people to stay.
No need to fear, people. California's on it, as always. No need to fear, folks. We're coming to the rescue. No need to fear.
Stay vigilant and report suspicious activity.
Sleep safe and sound at night, okay? California's here.
Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle are offering mixed reaction. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina congratulated the president.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking, like, he's like a fucking war-hungry neocon.
And said it was the right call. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries slammed the president's decision, saying the risk of war has now dramatically increased.
Can we just talk, not that I have issue with it, can we just talk about how, like, Lindsey Graham, it's so funny, because he's, like, very obviously gay, and he's just, like, completely in denial about it. Like, multiple people have attested to the fact he fucks guys, and, like, he's, like, sitting here, he's like, yeah, I'm a bachelor, never married a woman, fucking, and then just, like, listen to the way he talks, man, it's, like, so obvious, and he, like, pretends like it's, like, not the most obvious thing in the fucking world.
Congratulated the president and said it was the right call. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries slammed the president's decision, saying the risk of war has now dramatically increased. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez believes the president's actions are clearly grounds for impeachment. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders addressed.
So here's the thing on this. I'm not playing defense of Trump, because I think it was the wrong decision, as always, from him. I don't know if it was unconstitutional, though, because we have done it before, right? Wasn't this precedent already set? Didn't, like, Obama, like, do similar shit?
Independent Senator Bernie Sanders addressed the operation at a rally in Oklahoma.
But it is so grossly unconstitutional.
I love this man. He's so great. What he just said was so great. I don't even know what he said, but I love him.
All of you know.
Okay, it's unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional. Bernie said it.
The only entity that can take this country to war is the U.S. Congress. The president does not have the right.
Kayvon Harris, a professor of sociology at UCLA, says we'll begin to see the effects of this strike tomorrow and in the days to come.
Aiden's #1 guy. True. Dude, he was so nice to me, man. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. The proudest moment of my life was meeting that guy. He was very nice to me. Australia's prime minister's statement was, we support the attack on Iran to get rid of nuclear weapons, if that's what it does. We support striking these people if they are bad guys, and, like, a bad thing will happen if we don't. Thank you, Australia. Thank you. Hey, at least this prime minister didn't follow this up by, like, going for a swim and vanishing forever. Most normal Australian politician. We haven't declared war since I know we don't. We essentially go to war, but we just don't declare it, right? All right. Let's see what the IDF's been posting, man. They've been posting very funny propaganda. Oh, nothing funny. They were like, if you live in... I pulled this up the other day. It was just, like, so fucking, like, obvious.
From LA to New York.
Oh, this looks very interesting.
Takes 5.
They want Americans in this war so much.
5.5 hours to fly from LA to New York. It takes 10 minutes for a ballistic missile to fly from Iran to Israel. The Iranian terrorist regime has made it their mission to build a highly advanced arsenal with the following goal: destroy Israel and then the West. So what's inside their destructive arsenal?
No. Maybe I don't even know if they would be ballsy enough to, like, completely destroy you while you're under American protection. But I think it's just you guys. I really think it is literally just you guys. I'm sorry.
Arsenal. 1. Ballistic missiles. With a potential range of over 2,000 kilometers, these surface-to-surface missiles have warheads of up to hundreds of kilograms and can even be precision-guided to hit specific sites. Since the beginning of Iran's attacks on Israel in June 2025, these missiles have killed many civilians and destroyed numerous...
You literally build your fucking rocket any enemy that wants to have, like, a reasonable shot at, like, military sites would have to remove your defensive capabilities, and, like, the components of your defensive capabilities are in the middle of, like, major population centers. And from your standpoint, it makes perfect sense, right? To put your, like, defensive rocket interception systems in areas with a major civilian populace. But from the perspective of any enemy that needs to target legitimate military sites, they would have to get rid of those interceptors, right?
Numerous neighborhoods around the country. 2. UAVs. Iran has been indiscriminately firing these unmanned suicide drones, carrying explosives towards Israeli airspace to target civilian areas and cause indiscriminate damage. 3.
Proof?
Cruise missiles. This guided
Evidence?
missile possesses the capability to outsmart radars for aerial defense and deliver precision strikes on.
So Israel uses, I mean, in essence, yes, the standard the criterion that they've established, what constitutes a human shield, is like, yes, under that logic. And I personally, right, obviously I don't buy the whole human shields talking point people use, but yeah, under the criteria that they've set for what a human shield is, the civilians living in these population centers would be human shields that would be just like a legitimate collateral
on specific locations. 4. Nuclear bombs.
I don't think that's justified, by the way. I don't think we should be firing rockets into major into areas that are filled with civilians. But if your logic is like areas that help you achieve military goals, or military things that benefit the military apparatus are legitimate targets, even if they're in like major civilian areas of like major civilian operation, right? And these interceptors are essential to your defensive capabilities.
Iran had enough enriched uranium to make 15 of these weapons of mass destruction and cause irreparable damage, which is why we stopped them. Right now, we are operating to eliminate the threat.
Yeah, they can't get rid of every interceptor, right? But I know at least one of the rockets like directly hit an area that a defensive missile was launched from, and this was in like a major civilian population center. But I know like the main strategy they've been using is to launch a bunch of old rockets to overwhelm the interception system and then launch a big one to come through.
Of Iran's nuclear arsenal and ensure a safe future not only for the state of Israel.
It is just for you. It is just for you.
But for the world.
For the world. It's your problem too. It's you guys to get involved. And it's like so fucking ironic. We see footage of like damaged facilities that children are actively inside of in Gaza, and then like they're sitting here being like, oh look, this is where like a ballistic missile hit this place, and it's like, it just like the fucking hypocrisy is like outstanding. I don't think just to be clear, I don't think you have a right to target children living in a nation that has killed children. Right, I still don't think it's justified, but it's like very fucking cheap that like these are like the talking points you're complaining about when you've like justified why these things are like legitimate military collateral for like several fucking months or 2 years at this point, right? Probably historically. It's more like their only option than a strategy. Well, sure, but they very clearly are taking out some of the rocket interception systems as well. I think that's like supplementary to them trying to overwhelm these systems.
Iranian people have lived for over 4 decades. The Iranian people have lived under fear, control, and repression. This is not just a story about a military force. This is a story about
people shooting guns, people marching with guns. Bunch of angry people waving.
Story about a people yearning for freedom, caught in the middle of a regime that fears the freedom of its own citizens.
Like they use legitimate criticism. Their gripe with Iran is not what it does internally. If Iran was like super pro-Israel and like just as fucking backwards towards its own people as it is now, they would be super pro-Iran. They build upon legitimate issues with the Iranian government to justify or to add like justification to what they're doing. No, the truth of the matter is, which I'm not even sure it is true, if majority of the Iranian populace wanted regime change, they would probably still be against Israel. Let's just be totally clear.
More than any foreign threat. Founded after the
True, we have over 200 views. If you guys want to support the channel, help us hit goal, as always. Super chats are now open. You can donate through Streamlabs. If you can't, that's fine. Make sure to like up and sub up.
1979 revolution, the IRGC has evolved into a powerful terrorist institution that silences the struggling Iranian people, crushes any opposition, and exports terror beyond Iran's borders. All
terror that's aimed at Israel. All right. Well, I have to bring this thing to 4 hours, don't I? So 5 months ago, apparently, this channel predicted everything. Let's take a look at this.
Now at the precipice of a regional war. It's not the first time though. Up until now, Iran and Israel have dodged bullets left and right, narrowly avoiding full-scale war. But Syria has fundamentally changed the playing field. Just a few hours after Assad's exit, Israeli ground forces moved into the Syrian side of the Golan Heights, expanding the demilitarized zone and taking strategic heights. Israeli tanks now sit within 30 kilometers of Damascus, possibly closer. Meanwhile, Israeli jets have bombed and destroyed chemical weapons sites and other advanced weaponry in Syria to keep them out of extremist hands. Explosions have been seen at Medza.
Aiden thinks ballistic missile interception happens in the airspace above cities. No, I know missiles come... Okay. What do you... Like, depends on where you consider the interception beginning. Is it the moment the rocket fires, or is it when the rocket actually hits the missile? It's a ballistic missile. Well, not all... Correct me if I'm wrong. Not all the missiles being fired. Like, they're firing various types. I might totally be wrong on this. This might be a very L clip. I'm not an expert. That's why I'm asking. I know nothing about this. This could be a totally L clip. I'm not an expert on certain like specific details about these about how these work. All right, I'm gonna have to watch this video on my own time because I'm just gonna be a total React Andy, and I don't like doing that. Or just like I'm just gonna sit here and watch it and not fucking say anything. I never pretend to be a know-it-all. I get tons of shit wrong. There's tons of areas I'm not correct on. Today I'd like to announce to the world that I have taken the South American capitals quiz with 100% accuracy. So I am Mr. Know-it-all when it comes to South American capitals. Aiden, can't you perfectly identify a missile from how it sounds, like Mr. Perfect Hassan? I can't, but I know that like sound can be like can like help you like narrow down missile type, right? If you do know what you're talking about. Missile community owns you, huh? I guess it fucking does, man. I guess it does. Alright, what do we do for the next 30 minutes? Because I promised 4 hours. What do we do for the next 30 minutes? Dude, it's just been a fucking slow topic day, bro. I didn't even know we were gonna drag this one to 4 hours. Honestly, I did not know how we were gonna drag this one out. Watch Death Strand. I'm not a gaming guy, bro. Dicker, I don't have the Dicker. I'd love to watch the Dickers and Bobka shit, but I don't fucking have it. Check your inbox. Nobody sent it to me. Dude, Bug Squander, like that. Holy shit, bro. Dude, this Bug Squander guy's really fucking useful. Literally, like, I'm pretty sure there's delay, so he doesn't even know. Okay, let's look at those.
Hello.
So Parry we're doing React Andy, or we're doing React Inception. But Parry and Dickers have beef. So Parry is like covering something in relation to Dickers.
Hi, Babka.
And Bobka calls in. So let's listen to this. Dickers has been having an L, like last week was like an L for him. He was being like duplicitous about his optics or whatever. And yeah, the debate I had with him I haven't really heard anything negative about him for like the last week, so I think there's an improvement. But we'll have to check. I like Dickers and I like Parry, okay, but I call L's when I see them.
You're muted on Discord.
Oh,
Hi.
sorry.
Okay.
Hi.
So I'm just reading.
No, I don't want Dickers taken. I'm not. This is the fucking problem. This is the whole problem, dude. And I blame Queeman, okay? People want everyone we like criticize and be like wiped off the fucking platform. And like on one hand, I want to be like base because it is kind of based. I love like that level of like vindictiveness and like pettiness or whatever. But on like an interpersonal level, it's like, okay, I don't think completely wiping this person out would be justified here. I think maybe they can improve.
Reading through these the situation right now.
Did you
want to say something
cover
up front?
this?
Did I uncover what?
Did you want to cover like the like fake N-word saga?
No, I just wanted to show it because it's an because basically Dickers said that I don't know if you saw, Dickers left like a message in his Discord saying, yeah, that Parry guy, I mean, he just steals Queeman's bits, and then like
If we hit stream goal, I will arrange an intervention with Dickers tomorrow.
Parapon gives him his jokes, and I thought that was like a bit of projection for him because I mean, you know, you say this, you're like his literal producer, right? So the idea that I'm doing, I feel like was him projecting how he feels about your relation, not like your like business relationship, right?
Well, I don't give him jokes. I'm not funny. But also,
Right.
you and Parapon just have the same sense of humor. It's very rude of him to drag.
Okay, so Parapon is like Parry's like right hand. Well, Parapon's not a guy. Parry's right hand woman. Babka is Dicker's right hand woman. I don't know how she's related in this.
Beautiful, innocent Parapon into this.
Well, yeah, it is.
Aiden, you're cool. You can handle conflict. Dickers, Morale, and Gamma cower out when they're pressed and squeezed. Honestly, from a guy that I've called a pedophile, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Lame. I felt like a bit awkward because she was on the stream earlier, and it's like, but no, I don't do. Yeah.
Yeah. I do just want to make clear because chatters are being annoying to me. And
YouTube studio edits can't be reversed. No. Well, I mean, the live version, is it unrecoverable? I don't think it can be reversed.
innocent angel who's never done anything wrong. I did offer it to Parry, like up front. Like I was
The
like,
N-word
"Do you
bit?
want this? I have it," because I was gonna cut it. I was gonna cut it anyway.
Yeah, I remember back then. Well, I just thought I did. Okay, so you were gonna cut it. You're saying.
Yeah, that's why I asked you if you wanted it. And then I
Right.
found out Aiden was covering it, so I was like, "Let me leave it for a week so people can cover it." I like don't think this is TOS, but it's like not great.
So Bobka, okay, got it. So Bobka didn't okay, here's my understanding, right? Dickers got confronted with he dropped the hard R in somebody's chat. He got confronted with Bobka on why this is an optics nightmare. Because ultimately, I actually believe in like the stuff I say that people would think is like virtue signaling or whatever. But no, these are things I genuinely believe in. But even if you do believe these things are funny, from a perspective of somebody who's doing this as a job or somebody who wants to have like any like appeal to a more mainstream audience and potential for like growth to a much wider audience, yeah, dropping the hard R in chat is going to be like a nightmare for your fucking career or potential, right? That's gonna bite you in the fucking ass, right? It's like what, 10 seconds of you laughing versus like a hindrance to the amount of money and viewership you could possibly get. So no, it's like actually totally fine to care about optics, and Bobka was right in that conversation. But so they had like an on-stream confrontation with Dickers that apparently Bobka said she was going to cut out later because she cuts like the L moments out from Dickers' VODs. And Dicker on stream had like thrown Bobka under the bus at one point, like saying that the cutting out the L's or privating things was her doing, not his. Dicker's debate with me went private, and he kind of like pinned that on Bobka. So apparently now Bobka in this instance did not cut that out from the VOD.
And like the like screenshots partly censored, so I'm just gonna cut it. It's like whatever. I have a clips channel for him. I'll just upload it there unlisted if anyone wants it.
So,
I keep everything I delete, so I don't know
Did you,
why everyone's acting like it's crazy.
Well, Dickers just saying you did this without his permission and you were retarded to do it. So did you tell
He
him?
can cry about it. I actually, this might be my bridge friend. Like, oh, you've been doing things on channel management without me. I'm your channel manager.
Yeah.
Wait, what is there like context I'm missing here, Bug, if you're watching? Were these DMs that Parry's reading relevant?
And it seems like, I mean, if you told me you were going to delete it, did you like not tell him, or was it like obvious you were going to do it? You did it in the conversation.
On that stream.
She did say it on that stream. She did say it on that stream that she was going to delete it.
Your point, Lisa, maybe he thought it was a joke. Have you made jokes like that before and not deleted stuff?
Do I joke about the N-word? Me?
No, as in like, no. Do you joke about deleting stuff on like Dicker's stream, but then not actually do it? So maybe he thought, well,
no,
in the past,
when I say it on the stream, I go, chat, I'm gonna delete it. And then sometimes it is a joke, but like usually I just leave it for a couple days in case anyone wants to cover it. And then I do delete it. I actually think I deleted everything I said I was gonna delete. I just always, if it's like gonna be an issue, if it's TOS, if it's copyright, I just cut it. Why not?
And he's saying, why not ask me first or tell me first?
He's known. He's known. She's like taking it upon herself to private or make certain moderation decisions. This feels like total cope. It feels like he's apparently only taking issue with it to her now that it's like making him look bad. Just own it. Yeah, I want my streams to make me look good, so I cut out the parts that make me bad, because I like censoring stuff that makes me look bad, so I can look good. I think it's very based. And yeah, I run this like a dictatorship. Problem? It was my mods. It was all her, my channel manager.
Saying it's like, obviously you were going to do this. You told me you were going to do it in the stream. And so this is, and he's like pretending, I guess, pretending that this isn't a common thing.
To be clear, like, I do think it is typically, like, the music stream stuff just happened, so it's possible that he was like, oh, she should have communicated with me on this one.
According to Dickers, every music stream is privated, so I don't know why he would take issue with that one being privated. Maybe it's because he got criticized for it.
But we had, like, an hour-long, half-fake...
Aiden deleted the... Did I delete it? No. I unlisted almost every old VOD. It's still up there on, like, UnlistTube or something. I'll go look for it. I almost never private a VOD unless it's going to come back to bite me over TOS. If you cannot find my debate with Sunday, I will go through my channel and make sure you have it. So look for it. Look through my unlisted. I'm actually going to add all the unlisted stuff to a playlist. Look through the playlist. And if you cannot find it, message me and I will make an effort to go find it. Because I like to be transparent.
Call live for everyone to watch that people who wanted to make content made content. So
typically, the only time I would get rid of, not to hide from it, but like a big reason I got rid of a lot of videos on my main channel is because I wasn't proud of them. And I feel like having them up would show that I like still am proud of this existence on my main channel. I thought they sucked. I knew someone archived them, and someone did archive them, and you could go watch them on there. But I don't keep them on my other channel, the one I've abandoned, because if I didn't want that to be taken as like an endorsement or like, I didn't say anything controversial, but or like, oh, this still represents me.
It's like if he wanted to communicate about it, he could have then, but he wanted to fake cry and be like, isn't it so based I said the N-word? So he doesn't get to be mad now. It's fake. It's like whatever. And Rita is pissing me off because Rita's pretending to be mad. Rita is not mad.
Well, what do you mean Rita's not mad? Rita probably is annoyed that like Dickers or you people continue deleting topics which make Dickers look awkward and dumb. I don't think they're mad.
Okay, but
they're just,
Rita knows.
What is your opinions on the whole? I've just given my opinions on it. Just now, I've given my opinions on it plenty.
That not only does Rita have a copy, I have a copy. So if Rita wanted it, Rita could have.
I don't take down shit. Actually, when I was applying to college, to be fair, I did actually hide certain things, but I wasn't active on YouTube. That wasn't to hide from drama or controversy. I just didn't want that to like fuck my application. So that I think is like the only context I've actively attempted to hide certain things.
DM'd me. If you wanted it, you could have DM'd me.
Well, no, I understand that.
Unlisted.
I think the idea is that like you guys are, or Dickers is deleting segments which make him look bad. And sure, it's possible to ask you guys for it, and also for the first segment, the one with the music stream in the debate, Dickers said, I don't have it anymore, it's gone. So that wasn't made explicitly clear. So it seems like either through miscommunication from Dickers or just from the implicit idea that it's like not easy to get access to. There's like this idea that like Dickers will delete stuff surreptitiously if he thinks it makes him look bad. And so probably Rita's upset about that, not the idea that it's not available, because yeah, he does have it available. He said he's archiving the stuff. It's just the idea that you guys are gonna...
DM me the date and I will get it for you. Just tell me the date. Wait a minute. Oh my god, you're retarded. You're talking about the Sunday debate. I wasn't streaming that. That was on his stream. That's on his end. That probably explains why you can't fucking find it. You're looking on the wrong channel. That was on his stream. I called in. You're looking on the wrong channel. I was sitting there for a minute. I'm like, I don't think I would have privated that, would I? And I'm like, wait, that's why you can't find it.
I'm not saying you do this, or that, but the
You
idea
called
that
my...
so
you just like intentionally wasted my time. Got it. Banned for life. I'm kidding. I'll let you stay, but it's your last fucking chance.
like go behind the scenes and like sweep up any embarrassing stuff, even if it's not TOS. Just if it's embarrassing, you like delete it out, and I'll mention it. That's why I think
I want it to work out if you were normal and not retarded. Well, what is normal? Personally, in my opinion, I think that in theory there should be one secular democratic state in the Levant. I know that in terms of like the current political situation, that is not possible. So ideally, I would like to have international and Israeli recognition of a sovereign Palestinian state and territory with a UN governed Jerusalem, because it's important to all Abrahamic faiths. I want Netanyahu and his cabinet to be tried, and get the two governments to agree not to violate each other's sovereignty, and then eventually try to transition to one secular state. But no, I don't believe in an explicitly Jewish state in the Levant. No.
I think he's upset. Not that it doesn't exist.
Part of my job is like in terms of VODs and everything, I am sort of like a Janny. I am a sweeper. That is part of my job. I won't pretend it's not.
Yeah.
And I do not think this one is him trying to look like better or him trying to obfuscate anything. I did this myself. But like what's annoying about this one is I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just like I would never try to obfuscate content. Like I think it's sort of a...
She's a PR rep for Dickers, essentially, and she does a damn good job at it. Let's be clear. She's good at her job, which makes it all the worse that Dickers has like stood by and let her sweep for him and is now throwing her under the bus when this sweeping is like a point of criticism.
What's the word? Symbiotic ecosystem.
I don't know if where did he throw her under the bus? That's a better point. Did that even happen?
Never like intention.
In these DMs, I would assume. Wait, let's just check out these DMs real quick. Because you don't give a fuck. It's my content on my channel with the assumption that any edits on it are done. That's very obviously not the assumption. Or, is he saying the public assumes that? Decisions around channel management have been made without letting me know for months. You have known. Bobka's acknowledged on stream that she cut shit from VODs. Okay, you have known. You've stood by and let this happen. So this was not the expectation from Bobka. This is a total cop-out. Just own it. Say, yeah, I sweep for myself on my channel. Problem? Why not ask me first? Why not tell me first? Did you delete the okay, what segment? Are they talking about the N-word segment? Okay, I think they're talking about the N-word segment. If that's the segment they're talking about, that's worse. Because Bobka explicitly said to him on that stream she was cutting it from the VOD.
But you have a good stream.
Is she
Please
crying?
don't use this one to wait. Please don't use this one to make fun of Dickers. If only because or anything.
saying, well, in the debate, Dicker said, I don't have it anymore, it's gone. So, like, not tell him, or was it like obvious you were going to do it? He did it in the conversation.
Said it on that stream.
Yeah.
Bro, you let your chatters trick you? Why are you watching this non-tent?
Yeah, you said you were going to leave.
Okay, do you just want to fucking call in if you have something to say about the stream? I'm not, like, communicating with you through chat where there's a delay.
He thought it was a joke. Have you made jokes like that before and not deleted stuff?
Do I joke about the N-word? Me?
No, as in, like, no. Do you joke about deleting stuff on, like, Dicker's stream, but then not actually?
have to be mad now. It's fake. It's like whatever.
How?
And Rita is pissing me off. I think it's sort of a, what's the word, symbiotic ecosystem. It's like I won't pretend it's not.
Delete it out, and I'll mention it. It's possible to ask you guys for it, and also for the first segment, the one with the music stream with the debate, Dicker said, I don't have it anymore, it's gone. So that wasn't made explicitly clear. So it seems like either true miscommunication from Dickers or just from the implicit idea that it's like...
To be clear, Bobka, did he have access to the music stream argument he had with me? Was that even true? Did he have access to that? Because the music stream, it looks like, was privated. Could Dickers have made that public if he wanted to?
Not easy to get access to. There's like this idea that like Dickers will delete stuff surreptitiously if he thinks it makes him look bad. And so probably Rita's upset about that, not the idea that it's not available, because yeah, he does have it available. He said he's archiving the stuff. It's just the idea.
I agree, it's not, but I have nothing else to cover. I genuinely have nothing else to cover. I'm going to be on here for like 9 more minutes. Then I'm going to go eat dinner at 12 a.m. Well, actually, I already ate dinner. I'm going to have my second dinner. It's like my lunch. I'll have my lunch at 12 a.m. But yeah, I have nothing to cover. The content well is fucking dry.
That you guys are gonna, I'm not saying you do this, but the idea that you guys are gonna like go behind the scenes and like sweep up any...
He cut the music part. Oh, he did that. He did that. Got it. Does he normally cut things from streams himself?
Embarrassing stuff, even if it's not TOS, just if it's embarrassing, you'll like delete it out and I'll make...
Wait, if he did that part himself, didn't he like literally pin all of that on you? Did he ever explicitly state that he's the one that cut that?
Mention it. That's why I think he's upset.
Not that he said he did that. Got it.
Doesn't exist.
Part of my job is like in terms of VODs and everything.
How much do you get paid, by the way?
I am sort of like a Janny. I am a sweeper. That is part of my job. I won't pretend it's not.
Yeah.
And I do not think this one is him trying to look like better or him trying to obfuscate anything. I did this myself. But like what's annoying about this one is
there is a fucking war going on. Well, it's true, but there's a war going on in the Dickers server too.
I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just like, I would never try to obfuscate content. Like, I think it's sort of a, what's the word, symbiotic ecosystem. I would never like intentionally fuck it up.
Yeah, try and like delete stuff to make it so other people can't react to stuff. You're saying you wouldn't do that. It's just you have deleted stuff in the past. At like under the expectation would be deleted.
Yeah, Bobka absolutely sweeps for him. Just like be honest about it. Let's just be totally honest, transparent. You have swept for him. But let's not pretend like you were just like doing this by your own volition and he didn't know about it. That's stupid and that's unfair.
But so with the music stream that where Aiden debated and stuff, you've had a copy of that the whole time?
I actually don't have a copy of that. I wasn't around that night. And I wasn't the person who cut that. It's the one thing I don't have. If I had been involved in that, I would have had a copy.
Okay. So yeah, it does seem like either because then so you're saying but why are you saying you're burning the bridge with Dickers then? It's just because
I told you if we hit dono goal, I'm doing an intervention for Dickers tomorrow.
Throwing you under the bus or
I'm like half considering it. He's like pissing me off in
like, in the
chat right now. You see it?
Yeah, I've showed this stuff.
And I just want to say like I feel like in my capacity with anyone who's dealt with me, including you, Perry, I think people know I'm like pro content. I'm like, I'm not going to delete or like get rid of it.
It is annoying because he's like, with the music stuff, he was like, I don't know, listen, I mean, I guess Babka did without me knowing. He said that, and he did throw you under the bus there. And it does seem like he's using you to get away with, and he also added Gamma as well. I guess Gamma has editing rights. So he's using you and other people to like say, oh, all the stuff that's like anti-content, that's out of my hands. Which it does kind of come off as, I mean, I wouldn't do that, but it's, I figured you guys talked over it.
Set realistic expectations, they'll donate during the call-in. Good one, buddy.
He was trying, I don't think he was trying to blame it with that one. I think it was just confusing.
I don't have the screenshot, but yeah, maybe he was genuinely confused, yeah.
Because
hey, listen,
I was like, hey.
Look, it's not bad. I made $10 an hour this stream, which is like well above minimum wage in certain states, right? What's the lowest minimum wage in the US? $5.15. Okay, so I've made above minimum wage hourly in the state of Georgia.
Hey, you didn't use my segment and you just reacted to something that's going to get copyrighted. Like, do you want to give me notes on why you didn't use that? And that's part of the screenshot. And so I think if you've been trying to implicate me He probably just had me respond. Like, I'm down to sleep for whoever I work for if anyone wants to hire me. But like, I probably just would have said it was me if he had wanted me to say it was me. But it wasn't me. And if it was me, I would have had a copy. And I probably would have given people that copy.
Right. Wait, so you're saying you are okay with sweeping?
All right, I think she's self-sweeping here as well, to be fair.
For like the people you work for, but you aren't gonna like be anti-content. Is the anti-content more important to you than the sweeping? I guess.
I'm here because I like the content. Yeah.
Right.
It's
Okay.
like,
All right. That's.
I think we are all here because we like the content. Fucking over the content is like inherently.
No, I am not, Aiden. Don't piss me off. What are you gonna do about it, bitch? You're self-sweeping. Problem? Problem? Issue? I think you're self-sweeping. I think Dickers is throwing you under the bus. But I also think you're doing a little bit of self-sweeping. I think you absolutely got rid of things that just don't make him look bad. That are not inherently TOS violations.
Fucking over the space.
All right. It's like it does seem like the way like Dickers is phrasing it, it's almost like, what?
Can I say one thing?
Yeah. Okay.
Dumbo keeps slandering me and saying that I wanted money. I offered to work for you for free.
For
and
me?
for money. Both.
Well, yeah, but it's like
dude, Rita is so awesome, man.
You said you'd give me like Dickers' sloppy seconds, basically, as far as content.
Yes, this is trash. Bye. Bye. Hopefully I'll see you around, buddy.
Since ideas
such a good deal.
Typically we have better content to cover.
Well,
it is free, I guess, but
like sub person. That's a great deal.
No, listen.
I don't know.
I
what the
know.
issue
Okay.
is.
No, I didn't say there was an issue. It's just that you know, the idea that you want money, you did offer to work for money. I'm not saying that was wrong of you to do. I'm not saying that was wrong of you to do. I'm just saying that's why probably people would think that, right? Because it happened. There was another part, sure. Yeah, I just want to make that clear. And right, so it feels to me like there's like a. How often do you communicate with Dickers? I mean, you're his like manager, because the way he like intonates this out to be, it's like he's like a huge industry or whatever, and I'm out of control of the machinations of what happens with my VODs. Like, how often are you guys in contact? Like, I feel like.
Is the rest of this worth watching? Okay. Fuck it. I'm watching Dickers cope. Sounds funnier.
Oh,
so apparently Dickers coped about the deletion of the N-word segment. Even though Bobka, if you remember from that stream, we don't have the segment anymore to verify this, but Bobka had explicitly stated in the course of that stream, I'm going to delete this from the VOD later, and he said nothing. Okay? Now, lucky for us, I think we can go back to verify because Rita's developed some bot that just like automatically archives Dickers streams.
Running and sweeping. I'm not even going to read that. Yep, no Bejeweled 3. We've got other content to cover today. Babka is here. Popcorn intensifies. Okay. I'll cover this first. Oh, this has been blown out of all proportion.
Has he not been sleeping? Okay, as like somebody who's like regularly sleep deprived. Today, I'm not as sleep deprived, but I went live a bit late, so I'm not on my A game. I hit that like at around noon. Well, no, I woke up at noon. I hit that at around 3-4 o'clock. I'm not on my A game right now, but as someone who's been regularly sleep deprived, has this guy just not been like getting a lot of sleep?
Okay. Babka and I had a conversation. Oh my god, it's a comedy of errors, to be fair. A little bit of domestic. Are you gaining weight? Can somebody rate that? Well, no, I mean in terms of moderation. Okay.
I'm not concerned. It's not a troll. I've been wondering what's been going on with this guy lately, and if you've watched every stream where this has happened, like he's looked like even the music stream. Did you see how like sleep deprived he looked?
Just kind of comedy of errors, you know. Babka did end up deleting the infamous N-word segment,
which she told you about while the stream was happening. Let's just be fair, okay?
She
check DMs. Thank you. Apparently it's up on the Dick's Clips channel. Oh, and he's used my pet name for him. Dude, this is like Queeman making a second channel and putting in the description Heart of Quee. Dude, I just like love sexually harassing streamers. It's like the greatest thing to do.
Deleted it, what? I think yes.
Not the female ones though, because they're like bitches about it. Oh my god, sexual harassment. The men on the other hand, you could just like be in their chat threatening to like assault them and they laugh.
yesterday, apparently. 2 weeks after the initial stream, she thought everyone was done with it. They'd had their fill, they'd filled their boots. And apparently, that it was always...
I know the archive is... I'm not watching the archive right now. Fucking moron.
It was her intention to delete it because of TOS. So, yeah.
Alright, let's rewatch. Sorry, you distracted me, Bobka, thanks. You know what? If I was paying you for something, I would pay you to be a professional fucking distraction.
To be fair, a little bit of domestic. Are you gaining weight? Can somebody write... Babka did end up deleting the infamous...
I know the arc... Oh, it's from Toki. Go fuck yourself.
Segment. She deleted it, what? I think yesterday, apparently. 2 weeks after the initial
I'm just saying
stream.
it's not deleted. Yeah, I've acknowledged that we have it somewhere. I know that it exists somewhere. I'm aware. I'm aware that there is somewhere that it exists. I don't think it's a loss to all of time. Thank you. Thank you, though. That's very useful information.
She thought everyone was done with it. They'd had their fill, they'd filled their boots. And apparently, that it was always her intention to delete it because of TOS.
Hey, Dance with the $2. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Those Georgians making $5 an hour, we are beating them. Thank you. Thanks to Hey Dance, my best friend. Aiden, I love that you're awake. I love that you exist. I love that you're alive. It has nothing to do with the fact you've just given me money.
So, yeah. This got pointed out today that it was gone. I had no idea that it was gone.
Dude, this guy's living in squalor. He has a fly in his room. There's just like a fly. Dude, this is a great frame to pause on. He looks totally... This Stickers guy's really losing it, man. Pauses on a frame where he looks like he's about to like stab you to death in the shower. Yo! Autism 420 with the 199 competing with Hey Dance is my best friend. WStream AG4L. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, Autism 420, who I like as a person and not for his wallet. Thank you so much, buddy.
So I didn't know who had done it between Babka and Gamma.
Well, Babka did tell you on the stream once again that she was gonna cut it.
Asked publicly in my server. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, all that you need to know. It's been 2 weeks. Has it been less? Okay. All that you need to know.
$5 fucking dollars. Holy shit. From Goat Cato with the $5. Would you recommend he snort a line? You know what? That is an incredible fucking idea, and I would absolutely recommend that. Thank you, Goat Cato, my newest best friend.
No, okay. Is Babka and I have spoken about it. Miscommunication. I believe she'd like typed out a message on her phone.
He should snort a line, okay? When I was little, my grandpa made me want to try coke because he was describing the time he did it in the 80s in Miami, and he made it sound like the greatest thing ever. He said he had to stop because it was so great. He knew he would do it again.
And then not sent it. Something about... I think she actually gave like a clarifying statement. But then just... It looked to everyone...
What the fuck? $10 fucking dollars from my best friend of the night. For personal reasons. Not because he's just giving me money. Bobby B. I love you, man. I love you, Bobby B. In the greatest way possible, but not to a line where it reaches homosexuality, but the closest you can get there. The closest you could get there. I would give you a kiss goodnight.
As though she was joining the server to then talk about it and just immediately arguing with Rita. Not the best look. Not the best look.
He's totally throwing Bob under the bus, dude. This is cowardice, man. I don't know why he thinks it's gonna make him look good.
Phone and then not sent it.
Notice how unusually conciliatory Dickers is during this. Does he fear for the future of his dockets? Has Bobka put her foot down in private after threatening to burn the bridge on Perry's stream? What the fuck? Because you didn't recommend my earlier donation. It's Poos, pronounced like moose or goose. Thank you for the $20 fucking dollars, Poos Planet, bro. I honestly can't comprehend it. I said I wouldn't cross levels to homosexuality with Bobby B, but for you, my friend, Mr. Planet, okay, my best friend of the night, I would absolutely do homosexual things to you. Thank you so much for the $20.
Something about... I think she actually gave like a clarifying statement, but then just... it looked to everyone as though she was joining the server to then talk about it and just immediately arguing with Rita. Not the best look.
It's not the best look for you, Dicker. It's not the best look for you when you're like trying to claim. Dicker's right now it's literally like the fucking Nuremberg trials. I had no knowledge of any of this. Bobka literally told you on her stream she was gonna do it. What are you talking about, man?
Not the best look. I believe.
I'll schedule our meetup soon. The local Motel 6 will do, man.
Did spawn the infamous line, "Womp womp, you said the N-word, little bro," which was interesting. But no, me and Babka are fine. She apologized for not letting me know that she was deleting a segment.
Why, Bobka? If you apologize for that, and this has nothing to do with your gender, if you apologize for that, you're the biggest bitch on planet fucking Earth. Holy fuck! You literally said it on the stream, you fucking moron. Why would you apologize for? What the actual fuck? Holy shit. $50 from Hey Dance, who we've gone beyond homosexuality. At this point, I want my soul to enter your body. Okay? I want to possess your body. Hey Dance, my best fucking friend on earth. That puts nothing to do with your money, by the way. That puts us that officially puts us to 120. The goal per stream's 100. We've gone to 129. We're doing the Dicker's intervention tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get Bob Con and arrange it. Thank you so much, buddy.
Which, is fine. We've made it more clear going forward. To be fair to her, Babka goes through usually and deletes copyright stuff. F, it should not be an F. No, I'm totally fine. My OBS says it's totally fine. Yeah, fucking retract your message, Mira. But yeah, so we was doing that with copyright. I'm guessing she thought it was TOS, but what if it's not?
Aiden, you want to arrange something? You better pay me, motherfucker. Aren't you half Jewish? The Jewish side is really coming out. You are not worth paying for an appearance on a stream. I can get Dickers to come on his own. If you want to join and actually have a conversation, feel free to join. I'm not paying you for your appearance on a stream.
If it's TOS, why keep the VOD up and then only delete it 2 weeks later? At that point, who the fuck else is actually gonna watch it? Why would that be it? Anyway, so yeah, just said stuff like that. Just run it by me before you did.
She did. We have it on video. I'm assuming. I actually, to be good faith, he probably did forget that because if he's willing to boldly state this on stream, knowing it's easily verifiably untrue, he probably just didn't remember that part. But holy fuck, bro.
It's something for the sake of copyright or for the sake of TOS or whatever. But there we are. And let's be clear, okay? I have apologized for making it public and everything. So yeah, there we are. Which I shouldn't have done. I shouldn't have done. I think initially people had asked where it had gone, and
this guy always trying to out. You've outed it, you fucking moron. You've outed it repeatedly. You yourself have outed it multiple times.
So my instant reaction was well, I don't know. Where has it gone? Babka? Gamma? Huh?
Was that a religion dox? Did you just dox my religion? I did, problem.
But yeah, I mean, if you're paying somebody to do editing.
I'm not locked in paying attention.
My instant reaction was well, I don't know. Where has it gone? Babka? Gamma? Huh?
Where has it gone? It's not like I've literally stood by and passively let you delete shit for months, and I've acknowledged it and stood by and actually done some of it myself.
But yeah, I mean, if you're paying somebody to do editing work for you and channel management work, it's on the Chick Clips channel now. Okay, okay. But if you're paying somebody to go ahead and do management work and stuff, if you feel like they've made a mistake or there's something to criticize them over, probably best to have that conversation private first before
what about
just
you?
going at Babka, ping. What the
about
fuck did you do?
He's totally putting this on her. Dude, what is he doing, man? What is he doing, bro? What the fuck is going on with this guy?
Oh, really?
He's like you've actually been able to like see his like physical decline from the first stream. He's like slowly been losing his mind since he's done this stuff. What do you guys think? Is it sleep, drugs, or was he like raped in the last 2 weeks?
I don't know if this was a win.
Okay, he just has like a haircut here. It's not, but the hair isn't as greasy. It's a bad haircut, but looks like it's maintained. He's got a nice plant in the background. The background doesn't look too deorganized besides that like little, or cluttered besides that glass that's like hanging around, you know.
All your section.
What's going on with this guy, man? Streaming has ruined this man's life. Streaming has ruined this guy's life.
Oh. How's it going? She's uploaded the entire VOD. Okay, fantastic. If you want to go and have a look, yep. Oh, Miratazapine just posted it there. Fuck, that's not working at all, is it? Where's that source going from? Babka has had this channel on the back burner for a little bit, but I don't know if we've actually done anything with it. There we go. Fantastic.
Oh, he is fuming. Fuming deep inside that this is archived.
Not even cold. I'm actually fucking boiling. Oh, fantastic commentary, Dickers. Thank you for that.
All right, I think we're probably gonna be, because I have one more thing I want to cover real quick. There's more to this. They've scripted this in advance. No doubts roles played it multiple times with show tunes in the background. Bobka's silence has been bought. I want to know what it costs. We're going to get to the bottom of this tomorrow. This was meant to be like my shitter end stream segment, but this might be a very interesting route to pursue. But I did get a comment on yesterday's VOD that I wanted to address really quickly. And before you say this is a troll, because it reads like a troll, I know who this guy is. It's not. I don't really know, like, entirely. Is like back. Ladies, by the way, our view pre-raid, our views yesterday were fucking great. But this guy says, it is so obvious that you are jealous that Josh has more of a following than you, lol. Unsubscribed. In regards to Josh Boblax. First of all, I have a channel with double the subs of Josh's main, and if I uploaded, even though it's dead because I haven't, I would probably still be getting more views than he's getting right now. Second of all, I've like repeatedly reiterated, I prefer quality over quantity. I love this a lot better because you have a smaller amount of active subs than a large channel that is like totally topic dependent. But I think this guy plays defense for Bobby on Twitter a lot. I just wanted to look into this. Ladies and gentlemen. He's not random. He's Boblax's last friend. Like, people know who this guy is and his, like, lore and shit. He's definitely not random. Hold on. Maybe he blocked me? I can't find him. Queen Joshi owns you. So fucking true, man. Alright, well, we hit the 4-hour minimum I was trying to reach. It was a slow topic day. But yeah, we hit goal. Like, thank you guys so much for the support. Thank you for everything recently. Our average viewership has been going up. I don't know where this is all coming from. It is not botted. We did a poll yesterday, but it is like 12 a.m. at night on the West Coast, 3 a.m. on the East, and we have nearly 200 viewers. So it is very cool to witness like active growth. I said at the beginning of the stream, because of the lack of topics, it was going to be 4 hours minimum, 6 hours max. Tomorrow we'll do 4 hours. I'm going to do 4-hour minimums, probably. Take the money and run, King. Oh, raid morale? Good point. What's been happening with morale recently? I'm not, like, trying to make fun of him. Why is his viewership, like, dropped so hard? I'm actually, like, I'm not, like, saying this to, posture over him. I don't dislike morale at all. I just wanted to know, like, what's been going on there. Because he's, like, completely... He died and came back. Got it. Well, I gave him some advice in private. I like watching people do well, so I'm wishing the best for him, and I will leave you guys to morale. If you watch, you can let me know what's up, or do like a Kitchen Nightmares thing. Let me know why you think, if you don't like what you see, why the viewership's not so great. Maybe I could help him. I can't even find his fucking channel. What's going on? Morale live. Alright, got it. Here it is. Does he have raids on? Here it is. Yeah, got it. Got it. Alright, take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.